It's a small enough world.
Oh, 10:01, we might as well get started. Look at this.
It's not
I-
inscribed.
Yeah, it arrived today. So, there you go.
It's very enthusiastic.
Yeah, right.
Personnel.
Yeah, so there was one little agency here that we hadn't seen yet, and they're on page 102. So we have somebody here from the Personnel Appeals Board. Welcome. And I guess you're attached to something like DAS, I guess. Yeah, so it's 102 and 103. So please introduce yourself.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Marilee Nyhan. I am a member of the Personnel Board of Appeals. I am accompanied here with our chairman, Attorney Charles Russell. So we're going to tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do, and then we'll explain our budget to you. Sound good?
Perfect.
You can find our budget on page 102, 103 in your budget book. I know some of you are already there. The Personnel Appeals Board was established in 1986 as a qualified independent panel appointed by the Governor and Council under the provisions of RSA 21I-45 and RSA 273D to hear personnel
Could you
appeals.
repeat that? 21?
Yes,
Their handout.
it's in the handout.
Oh. Thank you very much. Sorry.
The board conducts hearings on appeals from classified state employees who wish to challenge adverse disciplinary actions taken by appointing authorities, such as letters of warning, suspensions, and terminations. In addition to conducting hearings, management of these cases includes communications with party reps, conducting pre-hearing conferences, deliberating motions and concluded hearings, responding to Supreme Court and right to know requests, and conducting periodic business meetings. The board is a quasi-judicial body that requires the chairperson and the vice chairperson to be members of the New Hampshire Bar. The other members, there are 5 of us in total. The other members provide experience in labor relations, personnel management, and human resource administration. Each board member must have the knowledge, experience, and expertise to conduct sound hearings and render thoughtful and fair decisions. Many cases that come before the board involve complex facts, arguments, and legal issues that require days of testimony, followed by thoughtful and time-consuming deliberation among us board members. We receive approximately 25 to 35 cases a year. Some cases are resolved relatively quickly, which is always our goal, while more complex cases can live on for a few years. A little bit about our budget now. Historically, the Personnel Appeals Board has been a component within the Division of Personnel. Last legislative session, Senate Bill 487 established that the PAB should be an independent state agency. Thus, we are coming before you with our very first operating budget. This budget is consistent with the fiscal note that was attached to the Senate bill. Our budget request total for 2026 is $353,421, and for 2027 is $334,707. We are a generally funded agency. The budget includes routine operating costs such as office supplies, equipment, utilities, and information technology, software, and hardware. Our Class 50 line, which is the part-time personnel line, includes two new, hope that doesn't alarm you too much, but I want to be straightforward, two new part-time personnel to manage the board's operations, a program director and a paralegal. This staffing plan is modeled after the PERLB, the Public Employees Labor Relations Board, which has an executive director, a paralegal, and several attorneys on staff. These two part-time positions are new people.
So are you saying these two people are not yet hired?
Correct.
I see. Thank you.
Correct. Part of what we're doing in this particular budget is building the infrastructure to be an independent agency. For startup costs, fiscal year 2026, you'll notice that 26 is a little higher than 27, which is not usually the case in a biennial budget. Our 26 includes one-time expenses such as office furniture, computers, and other equipment. I wanted to talk really quickly about the ways that we already try to manage our budget efficiently. We put forth a very lean budget request for you. The part-time staff versus full-time staff, partly because our caseload doesn't warrant a full-time staff person, but also we're trying to stay away from the added expense of benefits of a full-time staff person. This does include funding for 4 board members rather than the authorized 5. Searching for, we don't even have our own space yet. We're working on that as we speak. We are looking for state-owned office space and courtroom hearing space rather than having to rent out privately.
Are you saying there aren't 5 members of the board?
Interestingly enough, I've been on the board since 2017. We've always had 4, and more recently we've dropped down to 3. We are required to have the 3 for a quorum. So if we only have 3 board members to work with, it doesn't give us any flexibility. If somebody's out sick, that sort of thing involves, delay of hearings, which is very costly for everybody involved.
Are board members paid?
Board members are paid a stipend, yes.
So much per day, per hour?
We get $400 per day for a day of hearings, plus $200 every 2 weeks for work done outside of hearings, such as prep work, writing decisions, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. Yes, Representative Evil.
I don't want to jump ahead of your presentation, but
Quite all right.
I was just going to ask Jack if he could get us the related bill that did this, but I'm not familiar with this. Did you say you were originally under DAS?
Yes.
So to some extent, while some of this general fund use may be new, some of it was already being expended when you were part of DAS?
Yeah.
Do you know what the difference is? I mean, did you share space with them? And I'm just trying to,
We have relied on the space and staff and resources from admin services. I don't want to speak on their behalf,
Right.
but I think they would tell you that our departure does not leave a big enough hole that their
really
budget could
affects
be
much.
reduced,
Right.
or that we could bring those resources with us.
right. I guess I was mostly trying to just identify the connection there. So
Yeah.
for us, because we're hearing the budgets of many sorts of boards like this. So thank
Yeah.
you.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for Representative Ebel's benefit, I'm looking at the bill right now, and what's interesting that the bill was a request from the Department of Administrative Services. Thank you for coming in. Do you have any idea what the reason for that was?
Yes, I do. There have been, so we hear cases from all state agencies, including admin services. And there have been times when Commissioner Arlinghouse has come before us, asking us to uphold a decision that he has made. And it can be very awkward. So we searched around for a better home. At one point, we thought, well, maybe we would align nicely with the Department of Justice because we do some similar work. But they are also state employees and have the potential to come before us. So ultimately, it was determined that the best route for us to take was to become an independent agency.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I did a quick calculation here based on 25 to 35 cases a year. It looks like the average case is costing $10,000 to $12,000. That seems to me like a lot of money for an appeal of an administrative decision. Maybe you could shed some light on why it costs so much.
I guess the one thing I could say in response to your question, which is a very reasonable question, is that if we didn't have this board, these cases would be going through our court system and be taking up much more expensive time, not only for the court system, but for the representatives that work on behalf of these state employees. I don't have a figure as to how expensive that would be, but just by logic and what we probably all know about the court system, it is not as efficient a route as this process is here.
Thank you. You follow? Okay. Let me ask you on this. I assume this $400 a day and $200 a day, that's not new, right? You've been doing
Correct.
that for a while.
Yeah.
So how many days were there in fiscal year last year, fiscal year 24, of the 400 type and of the 200 type?
Well, the 200 is paid out every 2 weeks. So that's essentially $400 a month times 12.
Okay, so that's all automatic, sort of, right?
Yes, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, so 25 weeks per year, per
Yes.
person.
Yes,
And you now have 3, right? So, yeah,
correct.
okay, gotcha.
I will comment that the governor and council approved a new board member at their last meeting. And they are scheduled to approve a 5th member at their next scheduled
I
meeting.
understand, okay. And so how many days of hearings did you have?
We probably had, you know this.
I did the math. I think there were 24 days.
Of hearings?
Yes, and sometimes you might have a 2-day hearing. There's also a rule that says, if you have cases pending, you can't go more than 30 days without a meeting to keep the pressure on to move it through. But I think in last year's budget, or the budget cycle we're in, I think there's a lot of hidden costs in there that personnel department was picking up. There's already a woman, Lisa, who's moving on to another position that pretty much does what the administrative staff is doing, scheduling, getting orders. Then there's a right to know request, and it's taken forever to put the record together, and a lot of news media pushing, and then there's Supreme Court appeals. So there is one employee already doing quite a bit of this work.
I understand.
And she's not paid independent.
Right, she's absorbed in the DAS
Yeah,
budget somewhere.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, and in the 24 days of hearings, do you have all the board members who are available go to that hearing? Or is it you pick 3 and we'll take 3 for that hearing?
Given that we haven't had a full complement
understand.
of 5 until just recently, we typically have all board members attend. I think it is helpful when it comes to the decisions that the board makes to have a variety of experiences and opinions at the table.
Yes, thank you. Representative Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Are the decisions of the board final, or do people have the ability to appeal and go to court?
They do have the ability to appeal. They typically will ask us for reconsideration if they think that we've missed something important in our deliberation. And we will deliberate those reconsideration requests. They do have the right to go to Supreme Court.
Representative Munns.
Thank
And followed by Representative Roan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question again. I have two questions. First, just to make sure I'm clear, the State Labor Relations Board, they handle all the union issues, correct?
Correct. They handle contractual issues.
Right.
We handle
Non-union.
non-union state personnel rules only.
Okay. All right. That was my first question. Thank you. And then secondly, and thank you for explaining the rationale for creating an independent agency. So I understand that now. But given that, I'm assuming that previously you were housed within the Department of Administrative Services physically.
Yes.
Is there any reason you couldn't continue to be housed there physically using your exact same, your exact space without needing, without forfeiting your ability to be independent?
Right now, we share part of a person who also has other duties within administrative services. The space that we have there is her cubby with all her other files and other work that exists. So to be an independent state agency, we are going to need our own address, our own telephone, so that the lawyers and the staff who need our services know where to go to seek our resources. I think it would, let me just say, it would not achieve the level of independence that's contemplated.
All right, follow up.
And thank you again for that explanation. Given the fact that there is some similarity between the work that you do and the State Labor Relations Board, granted it's a different population that you're serving, is there, have you looked at the opportunity of maybe co-locating with them?
Yes, yes, we did early on in this discussion to be independent. I went over there to explore with their executive director, Douglas Ingersoll. It's been a couple years since I've talked to him, so I had to resurrect his name. I went over there just to talk about how is their budget organized, what does their office setup look like, and actually to see if he had the space and the desire to partner with us, and he was not interested in doing so for whatever reason.
Okay. All right, Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how many employees, what are the potential number of employees that you serve? Because you're not serving the employees who are under a collective bargaining agreement, correct?
State employees have a collective bargaining agreement and also are not only responsible, but the state is responsible for complying with personnel administrative rules. So we hear cases that claim violation of administrative rule. Even state employees, if they have a bargaining issue, will go to the other PELRB organization.
Okay, so you potentially could hear cases from any employee in the state
Any
employee?
state employee.
Okay, and how many, do you know how many there are total?
Oh, 10, 12,000 the last, but it's been a few years since I've worked full-time in state government, so that might be stale, so don't.
Oh, okay. And you hear about, you said 25 to 30 a year? Has that been consistent? I mean, you've only been in operation for a couple years.
So since 86.
Oh, 86, okay.
Yeah, and actually we existed under a different model even prior to 86. So we've been around for close to a century.
Okay, so have you seen the number of employee cases come before you increase over that time, or have they stayed pretty steady?
Certainly.
We have our website has an annual report. We're required to do an annual report. I
Okay.
looked at it yesterday. I'm sorry I didn't bring it, but it is online. And it has like a 10-year list of how many cases, how many were dismissed, how many were approved, how many were, a lot of them are settled because they start, there's a free interchange of information between the employee, the union representative, SEE rep, or they have independent counsel and the agency counsel. And so there are some years I know in the last 10, and I've only been on the board a year and a half, that there were upwards of 40 cases. But so, and the issues are, you have a big personnel code that they, if somebody didn't get the reclassification or didn't get the right, what they think is a proper discipline, they bring it to us and we have some discretion to decide what is appropriate. They may have been terminated for something and maybe the next level, I think, is like a 20-day suspension without pay. And then we could have a warning and some other things. So it's kind of, and I've never been part of a organization. I've been an independent attorney, and it's interesting to see the dynamics of what goes on within an agency, and whether it's somebody was applying a different standard to an older person who may not be as familiar with what is the respect and civility code that came in 2020s. We see some older people coming in, older employees that don't kind of seem to understand that. So, and maybe a termination is not an appropriate thing, but so, and it offers a fairly, hopefully expeditious way of dealing with it, rather than have it going to court, and then the court has to set you up in 3 months and 6 months and 9 months. And then if we reverse it, then you're faced with the issue of the employee is reinstated with back pay, and you don't want to have a year or two of back pay laying out there as well. You'd rather get an expeditious decision fairly quickly, so.
Okay. A couple more questions.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay, thank
Representative.
you. So, the cases that you've heard that you've made decisions upon, just approximately, what percentage would you say supports the management's decision regarding that situation, and the percentage that support the employee's position?
I think I looked at the last year's annual report that ended June 30th last year, and there were 22 cases. There were 4 that were overturned that found for the employee.
Okay.
There were 9 that were dismissed, and there were 9 that were settled, which we just get case withdrawn. We don't know which way it went. We assume if it was settled, either the employee got tired, found another job, or the state felt.
So the settled count is part of this 30 cases a year, roughly.
Yes, and
Yes,
so there's
okay.
pressure there to do it, and I assume, you can also go to the website, literally go back, and they classify disciplinary termination, classification, letters of warning, and you literally can go back and pull up you can alphabetically pull up a case from 1986. I mean, it goes continuously, and that's part of in the budget for us to maintain that website, which we're gonna lose from administrative services, so. And that provides some guidance, I think, as well, for the state as well as the employees. Certainly there's more than 22 employees that get some sort of discipline within the year. The question is, and there's also, before it gets to us, there's a 5-step process where internally with the agency, they will start talking, let's do this, and then the union rep comes in, and then they go to this and they go to that. So there's like 4 or 5 steps before then they get the final decision, and then they have 15 days to file with us. So, we don't know how they turn out. We don't know how many settle, because there's some precedent that wasn't a terminable offense. It was only a 20-day offense, or it was only a letter of warning.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry if it takes so long.
No, it's very interesting. You said the website is going away. What do you mean by that? So,
I don't think personnel, I don't think administrative services wants to carry it. We're going to have to move it over, so we have
Sure.
to set up a website to carry this, and we're trying to get, as I understand it, Mary Lee is more into the technical aspects within setting up the agency, but I'm sorry, I lost my point. We're trying to do it like the court system. And, that you can go in, you can look at all the filings, all you can do is just hit it, and you can look at the
Yeah.
whole pleading, as opposed to somebody, right now we have a rule, original and 5 copies. I'm a veteran, and I'm still living by paper, and doing as much on
I get
the
it.
internet.
but presumably DOIT can keep your pages current.
Yeah, we're
right.
working,
Yeah,
we're working with them, aren't we? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
okay, very good. Any other Representative Ebel?
Just really quickly, because we're at the end of the line here. So if there's an appeal that has to be filed, does it have to go through your board first, or do people have the opportunity to also go to the Superior Court?
They have to go through our board first.
Okay, that's the process.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And how many times are you appealed to court? Very infrequently, I guess, or?
Interestingly, when I first joined the board, it was very rare that a case went to Superior Court. More recently, I'm going to say within the last year and a half to 2 years, our cases have been much more contentious and contested, and we've probably got 4 cases right now, 4 or 5 cases before Superior Court, from both sides. Some from the state didn't like our decision, and some the terminated employees didn't like our decision.
Okay. Any of your board members then have to go to court or not really?
We do not have to go to court, but we do provide them with a huge amount of information
You're right up
for
on
them to make
each
their
case. Yeah, sure.
decisions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We have an AG that advises us.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We
Appreciate your
will,
efforts and
yes,
your
thanks
time.
for coming. So, yeah, I saw that, yeah. I can ask her about it. So let's go to, we have next, the Council for Developmental Disabilities, and they are on page 156 to 158. And the important thing to notice about these guys is, I believe they are 100% federal funds.
You stole my thunder.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Good line.
yeah, so, we try to talk to everybody just to, cross the Ts and dot the Is, but, all right, so welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's Isadora Rodriguez Legendre. I serve as the Executive Director at the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. As you stated, we are 100% federally funded through a federal law that we lovingly refer to as the DD Act. So it's the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act, most recently reauthorized in 2000, which states that every state and territory should have a developmental disabilities council dedicated to identifying the most pressing needs of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in that state or territory. And then we develop a 5-year plan to address those needs. What I say is that we could not do what we do without collaboration. And so mostly we collaborate with other entities, including the State Department of Health and Human Services, Bureau of Developmental Services, and other disability-related organizations. How we differ from the Governor's Council on Disability, it's usually a question I get, is that our charge is very specifically for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and our guiding federal law is the DD Act, whereas their guiding federal law is the ADA, and they're more concerned with accessibility and are not limited to a specific disability. So they serve, individuals who are blind, deaf, and hard of hearing, et cetera. Whereas we are very specifically developmental disabilities. And those are disabilities identified before the age of 22, which are expected to have a lifelong impact on people's lives, and more often than not, depend on lifelong supports and services through Medicaid-funded services typically to provide support for people with disabilities. I've provided for you just the general kind of information about our mission, the DD Act itself, and council membership. So by law, 60% of our membership must be individuals impacted by intellectual and developmental disabilities and or parents or guardians of individuals who cannot advocate for themselves because of a developmental disability. And then I also provided an infographic of both our mission statement and our 5-year plan. We have 2 main goals, and that is quality of life to address barriers of daily living for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And what that typically means is removing those barriers that limit access to participation in people's community. And then the other goal is related to advocacy and training. So we partner with a lot of organizations to do like voter rights trainings and provide technical assistance for information access, how to make materials easy to read, or provide infographics for those who have very limited reading capability. The last handout I provided to you is our most recent notice of award. I find it helpful to kind of explain a little bit about how our funding works. So on an annual basis, Congress decides what our federal award will be in their budget. As you can imagine, we don't know what that will be yet, since we are in a continuing resolution, and we've kind of gotten our little chunks of funding through the continuing resolution period. So right now, we've received $121,000 through the continuing resolution, and then once Congress decides on a budget, we will know what we will get for the rest of the year. We work on a federal fiscal year, and our grant award, even though it's annually allotted, is good for a 2-year period. So that allows us to carry funds forward. And the other thing that's important to know about our organization is that we work on a reimbursement. So federal funds are spent, the state kind of fronts us the operating expenses, and then we draw down, and we're currently drawing down on a monthly basis to reimburse the state for the costs of operating our program. We have 3 full-time positions and 3 part-time positions. We're not requesting any new positions, but we are eliminating a full-time position that we had on the books that is no longer being funded. And that's pretty
so
much.
you had been 4 full-time?
So no. So what happened was during the pandemic, we found it very difficult to fill positions. And we had decided that what we were going to do is split one of those full-time positions into 2 part-time positions in the hopes that we could get, a mom that needed mother's hours or something like that to be able to do the 2 pieces. One was related to projects, and one was related to kind of policy work or following bills during the legislative session, which we do a fair amount of, since a lot of bills are related to developmental disabilities, access, and inclusion. And it didn't really work out. We found an individual to fill one of the part-time positions and decided that instead of continuing to try and recruit for the second one, to just make that position full-time. And so it's actually replaced the one that was on the books previously.
Gotcha. Now, one of the big increases in your budget is in class 72 grants. So
Yes.
you're handing out grants.
Yes.
And in 2024, it was only $30,000, but now it's going up to 200 plus.
Yeah.
So what is that about?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking. So a lot of how we do our work is through grants. We have about 7 different types of grants. We have grants for individuals, grants for organizations, something that we call innovation grants. So for a new idea on how to better include people with disabilities in community. So we kind of put those out and we get applications for those. In that year, we had very few, I would say fewer grants than what we budgeted for. The other thing is that the federal government requires us to have an objective on our 5-year plan related to what they call a targeted disparity. And our targeted disparity, we intended to put out an RFP. We did actually put out an RFP twice and did not get applicants. And so we had allotted a big chunk of our funding towards that work, and it didn't get funded. And that's kind of why we anticipate being able to address that goal again through grants this coming biennium. So we have again allotted the funding. It's anybody's guess if we will be able to contract successfully, but we're hopeful that we would be able to do that.
Does that kind of funding lapse if you don't spend it?
It does not lapse. Our funding, because it's reimbursement, by reimbursement, if we don't spend it, we don't draw it down. So
Okay.
it's still kind of in the bank, waiting for us to,
In the federal bank or in the New
in the
Hampshire?
federal bank.
I see. So does that mean?
And it's not
because-
frozen at the moment.
So because you didn't spend it in 2004, you could spend it in 2005.
Correct, because we have a 2-year
I see. I get it.
project period. And what's helpful with that is as we go through the year and see how our funding is shaping up, we can actually put more funding into other types of grants or activities to not have so high of a carry forward moving forward. So actually in the governor's budget, the authorized amounts for the next biennium are guesstimates based on what we've been receiving annually, about, between $450,000 and $550,000 a year. So we have a small budget, but we typically carry forward between $200,000 and $300,000 so that in the event of government shutdowns and continuing resolutions, we still have funds on which to draw while we're waiting to hear from Congress what our allotment will be for the next fiscal year.
Now, do you ever deal with cases or individuals who have complaints or something like that?
No, we do a fair amount of referrals to different entities responsible for those things. So we refer people to, for example, the CAP program at the Governor's Commission on Disability if they have an issue with vocational rehabilitation. We refer people to the Disability Rights Center for legal assistance or information if they have a rights violation issue. We do get a lot of calls related to things like, neglect, abuse, exploitation, and we refer those appropriately to the entities that are responsible for investigating those.
Gotcha. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. And as the father of a young man with a developmental disability, thank you for all the work that the council has been doing over the years to raise visibility. Just a question for you, a two-part question around the same theme. Have you experienced any difficulties drawing down federal funds in the last couple months?
So there was about a week and a half there where all of the federal systems for drawing down were unavailable. But since that time, we've drawn down twice, and without there have been additional delays, but nothing what I would call significant. And maybe it takes an extra week to get our funding into the state bank.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is, and I know it's difficult to predict, but have you gotten any sense at all as to how your funding may be affected by some of the proposals to reduce federal spending?
That is a great question. So as many federally funded entities, we are cautiously optimistic. We have been told by our national organization to prepare for contingencies that may significantly impact our funding. However, our review of the federal law, the DD Act, does indicate a minimum allotment amount of somewhere in the realm of $400,000. So we're hopeful that, unless they change the federal law, that we will at least be able to receive that. Certainly, the last couple of months have caused a lot of confusion about what can and can't be done related to funding. But we are created by the DD Act and funded through the DD Act. So our cautious optimism is that that cannot easily be defunded. Although there were attempts in the first administration to in this president's first administration to combine different federal funded disability programs. That was not successful. We do have a lot of members of Congress that are parents and that understand the importance of our work and of inclusion in community for people with developmental disabilities. So again, our understanding is that regardless of political, we're nonpartisan entity. And so we feel as though there are sufficient people in Congress that really get what we do and that understand the impact that we have in the state. And it's not that much money, right? It's less than $500,000 that's in the DDX.
So, okay, Representative Run, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you have a website or an annual report where I can learn more about the specific projects that are funded through your office?
Yes, we have both. And I would be happy to send the annual report and the website link to the committee membership.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Right. Now, you showed us this example of a grant of $121,000. Is this the kind of thing you get quarterly, monthly, some other kind of regular schedule?
So it's interesting. Thank you for the question, because I've been here for coming up on 9 years, and it really ebbs and flows from year to year. It's hard to predict. There are certain grants that we expect annually to support different conferences and training activities. We also have a pretty well-publicized accessibility grant. So if any group or organization is putting on a community event and they need ASL interpreters or CART captioning services, they can apply to our organizations for funds to assist in paying for those things, which improves the accessibility for people with disabilities in New Hampshire. But other than that, it's really difficult unless we have a specific target in our 5-year plan, because all of our grants are driven by our 5-year plan. And the 5-year plan is driven by the membership of the council. It's really hard to tell how many grant requests we're going to get in a year and kind of for how much. We've done a number of really great and interesting grants recently for things like accessible playgrounds, accessible hiking trails, really accessible. We did one for an accessible boat launch. The Audubon put in push doors for folks who need push doors for entry, and we gave them a small amount of money. We also, I think one of the museums is creating more accessibility, like an accessible bathroom, things like that. So those are kinds of things that we want and typically fund, is things that make the spaces more inclusive in New Hampshire.
The reason I'm asking this question is you're budgeting for roughly $800,000 a year. So in order to meet that, you're going to need 6 or 7 of these, right? So, or maybe some of them are bigger or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So that 800,000, typically a little more than half goes on personnel and overhead, right? And then we have the council votes on an internal budget for like how much we're going to put towards grants on an annual basis. And I think that this is a little bit misleading in that, one, we don't know what Congress is going to approve in the next biennium. And so we're going off of what our level funding would be from the last 2 years. It's not guaranteed, though. And then the second thing is that this is anticipating carry forward that is not typical for us. We don't typically carry forward $400,000
see.
or a year. But when we develop the budget, we are told in the agency phase for the governor's phase that we need to put down every single dollar that we could potentially receive, even if that is just a guestimate.
And if you end up short, then you will dial back the spending.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Problems with that? Okay, you want to make your usual motion?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget as presented for the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Well, seems fairly straightforward. All right, show of hands in favor. Looks unanimous. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
for
Have a
coming.
great day.
Great job.
Okay. Now, the next one on our schedule, and we have another 10 minutes, is one we already saw last week. So, did I screw up in
I wondered.
repeating?
I
Yeah.
wondered.
Okay. I see. Is it? Somebody's calling. So yeah, and here they are. So unfortunately, we can't start early, but did we run short? Is that what happened on the? They only had 15 minutes out of the half an hour, or they were only scheduled. I see. And we were talking about more stuff. Yeah. Okay. So we will restart at 11. Okay. Yeah, because you weren't here. Yeah. Okay. Good. So we'll turn to you for more questions. Okay. All right. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Please come up, and you guys are on page 109 and 110. And yeah, I guess I just felt that you were here before, but it seemed rushed, right? So, and as Representative Munns pointed out, who's not here, but he wasn't here.
They come back again.
Yeah, right. So yeah. Okay. So, okay. I guess maybe for the benefit of Representative Rung, you might want to just give, a 2-minute or 3-minute explanation of what you do and how long you've been here and so on.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Kristen Moncharmani, Advocate for Special Education.
Tim Lenahan, Assistant Advocate.
I don't want to repeat a lot of what we said before, so I'm going to be very summary with it. We did, on the first page of the presentation, sort of sketch out what the statutory mandates were, and they fall into categories of case management, case resolution, in order to ensure that services are provided, data tracking, in order to understand what's going on. Data was something that I was really surprised in taking the office, that we just don't have as much data or data that's as accurate on special education as we would really like it to be. And we are talking with the Department of Ed about that. It's been something that I know they've been focused on for a while and are actually working to get some systems in place to get us more data.
I'll just add to that because I'm on the Education Funding Committee, and we've been discussing bills. So right now, the way the state pays for special ed, that the high-end cases is something that used to be called catastrophic aid. We now just call it special ed aid or something. I don't know. Anyways, we pay. There's the statewide average cost for education of $21,000 roughly a year. And so whenever a particular kid, a school district is spending on that kid more than 3.5 times that statewide average, so roughly $70,000, maybe $75,000, then the state will pay the 70% of the costs of that up to 10 times that average, so up to $210,000, okay, and then over the $210,000, the state will pay 100%, okay. Although there's another issue about this because the overall spending is capped, right? So there's what was called proration, but anyways, but there's a formula, and so we have bills where we're talking about what if we changed the 3.5 times down to 3? What would that cost us, right? And we don't know, right? Because they don't report anything on every special ed kid, right? How much are we spending on it? We know, I guess they sort of report overall statistics, but the problem is, they might have somebody on staff who, for this kid, does 10% of their time, and on that kid, it's 15% of the time, and on this, and so there's no way of knowing for exactly what's the cost of any given kid, right? And so changing those numbers would be a complete guessing game of, what's the effect on the state budget if we made a change, right? And so it's very difficult. All right, sorry to interrupt.
So just to pick up on that, so that we're having a fluid conversation, with some data tracking, with our understanding from a fieldwork level, in the teams looking at IEP by IEP and understanding how to costs build in an IEP, we've been also doing policy work. We are getting to the point where we have several representatives who are reaching out and saying, what do you think about this bill? Tell me about this piece of language, even if it's one that we were not involved in putting in front of them. And we've gotten positive feedback on our being kind of useful and very direct in that with the funding question, I will say I did submit written testimony to the committee saying, what if it's not 3.5 but 2.5? This data question, we don't have the data. We are doing data tracking for our own caseload, but we really do understand what's happening as IEPs get built. So as we move towards a model that we absolutely need statewide of labor costing and being able to really look at each IEP and have districts look at each of their IEPs so that we can get a handle on how we're not trading off between special education and general education as much, because that is a serious tension at the moment in the state as special ed costs rise. We have to be better, and we're trying to be involved in that conversation because we really do understand exactly how these IEPs are getting built. We do a very minimal amount of referrals, some, but honestly, more things are referred to us. And my colleague is going to talk about that a bit. I'd just love to say, as we do this work in case management, in data tracking, in policy, both promulgating to legislators' suggestions and being there for questions and for feedback on bills that come up. We've asked for a staff of 5 in the office. Have a really concrete kind of plan and idea as to how those get used. Right now, it's us with a very, very minimal amount of part-time help, 1 day or less a week, solely based on budget from a third person. I don't see us coming back and saying, if we could get this office of 5, I don't see us coming back and saying, we need more, we need more, we need more. We really can do some training measures and start to put a lot into the field that we're not finding is there right now to help private advocates do some of this work, to help parents do some of this work themselves, and to help us deliver special ed services better in a cost-efficient way. We will continue to handle a lot of severe cases. Right now, we're looking at, being able to handle and manage about 1% with those 5 people of the IEP cases, the IEPs that we have statewide. We have about 30,000. So I would say that if we could get to the point where we have 5 people in the office, I'm not going to keep coming back and asking for more every couple cycles. I'd love this committee to look at what we're not asking for. We are not asking for an office manager. We are not asking for secretaries. We're not asking for legal aides. We're not asking for the PR line items, public relations members that some agencies are. We efficiently do a lot of our own work. I do what I had a legal secretary to do 20 years ago. That's fine. But we do need a few more people to actually do the work of managing cases and doing the data tracking. And then, the last thing I would say is that we are working system-wide. So it took a while to develop. It was just me for a year, and then Tim joined me and has been, 7 or 8 months with me. Tim jumped right into the work. He has a vast kind of experience base that complements what I have. And we have tried to make sure that we're relevant. For example, later today, I'm meeting with the head of vocational rehab to say, how do we make those dollars do even better for our special ed population? Here's what we're seeing on the ground in our casework. Here are suggestions, here are thoughts. I'd love feedback, because ultimately special education is investment, and we need to make sure that it's actually getting those students to be productive as they possibly can be in society. And so things like vocational rehab that puts people to work as they come out of school play into that. So we are working systemically. With that, I'd love to turn it over to Tim to talk just a bit and take questions on the types of cases and where they're coming from to get to us. Tim?
Good morning. So a lot of what we get and is from either other agencies that have already helped people and have really reached the stone wall, if you will. The Office of the Child Advocate, they're 1 floor down from us, so it's very convenient. The Department of Education dispute resolution, as well as there was a change in their process where whenever a parent does not agree or signs with exception, they get a letter from DOE, and the first name and number on there is us. So it comes direct. That happened this fall, and we saw a huge spike. I get a lot of referrals on some of the most catastrophic cases, to use a term that's been used in the past, but children that have been out of school a year and a half, 2 years, and they're all over the state. I'm in 6 counties right now, so there's me in 6 counties. What I will tell you is that we're also pointing out things to bring better data to the table for everyone. When I come across something, rather than point fingers and say, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, it's more we're out of compliance here and we need to move forward in an accurate way. Whatever that data is, it should be accurate so you can rely on it, so the governor can rely on it, and frankly, so we know where to head. To give you, a snapshot, the IEP process, if it's in dispute, has tons of deadlines and notice requirements weaved throughout it. So there really is, I would say the goal is to resolve everything within one cycle of the IEP, and right now we're doing that. We are. 6 months, 4 months, 3 months, those are kind of my average to get to a solution. And when I say a solution, these are ones where people have had the Disabilities Rights Center. They've had private advocates. I have a woman with a son who's been out of school for 2.5 years. She spent $25,000 on a private attorney. And she was fortunate to find one. They still are not at resolution. And it's about finding a solution, but also about doing it without this silo approach of this is your fault, this is your fault. We actually want to get something effective done. I have a student who, through the process, we discovered that placing her through a best interest process was a better option for her as a student. It actually saved the school district twice as much money, and it's a better result. She's doing well, and I hope to attend her graduation. Where we're really struggling is we just cannot get to people fast enough. And with all those timelines ticking, it's very difficult. I also have, DCYF workers reaching out to me because they've heard, hey, you guys solved this impossible thing. And these are the same children that are, being placed out of state to the tune of $500,000 a year or more. And so one of our big pieces is to really look at, can we get those kids into the appropriate level of restrictive environment educationally? There are kids that go to treatment places that could be attending public schools at much less cost to everyone. And frankly, they're now not being put in a more restrictive environment than they need, which we know isn't good for them. So it's a holistic approach. I literally got a call from a student services director at a school district for my assistance in one of their cases to just be there for the parent. And they're on opposing sides, but she thought that our office could bring some reassurance to the parent and a solution. So it's refreshing for me as somebody who's been in state service a long time to really be working on how do we solve this. The frustration is, I'm in 6 counties. I'm one person, can't be everywhere.
Representative Ebel, and followed by Representative Munn.
The squeeze is really general funds. So have you folks thought creatively about other sources of funds for your program?
I'll let you answer that. Tough question.
So it definitely has been suggested that there are probably some grants we could look at the federal level. And I would tell you again, the question is really just who, a lot of agencies have a grant management person, a grant writer. So on some level, we are just in a catch-22 of how do we do the work with two of us. That is a pretty wide statutory mandate. Certainly, it's something we could fit into someone's job description if we can have a few more staff.
Right. So then, just to understand the ask here a little bit better, I was trying to figure out what it would cost for you were asking for three more?
3 additional. We initially, in prioritized needs, had 4 additional. Cut that down knowing that it's a very slim budget season. And I understand that everyone has said you can't ask for any more than you have budgeted. And I said that's well and good, except that we cannot do. And I think it's incumbent on me to say we can't do the work that the statute is asking us to do with 2 of us. So 3 more people, you know, we took numbers from HR, you know, from agencies, and basically I think it built up to somewhere between 725 and
Well, I'm looking
750,000.
at your handout.
Right. And I think we said 750 at the end of that.
Yeah, it says, so you'd be asking for 740 instead of what you've asked for, or in addition?
We asked for in the prioritized needs something that was around 850,000. So I'm saying we dropped a position and benefits, et cetera, from that, such that what we're saying now is 740.
Right, so am I reading this right? It's 395. What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This budget was built without any, you know, before the agency existed, without any input. And at some point, the number floated back in 2020 to 2021 was 500,000. That's not, you know, what it got funded at before we existed. So yes, it's a huge mismatch between, you know, taking the budget that we were given with a slight, really basically just salary step increases is all that does. And saying that that was never an adequate budget. Again, we are not asking for data systems. We are not asking, we're not asking for anything but a few staff to try to accomplish what's being asked.
I don't see any rent here. How do you have space?
So we do have space. We have 3 rooms in Johnson Hall.
Okay.
And it should, there was a rent line item in
plant and
there.
property.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's actually high, to be honest with you, in terms of what we're being billed right now. Like I said, we have 3 rooms in one of our older buildings. It is adequate. We're not asking for more. We would figure out how to trade off, you know, with that staff, but
Right. All right. Let me ask, I mean, since this is the 2 of you, what is your term in this job? Is it a 3-year? Is it
so mine was 5-year.
5 years? Okay.
So I am a little more than a year and a half into that.
Okay. And why are you a temporary and not a regular full-time classified?
I don't know. I have about 15 years of state service, so
Okay.
they told
mean,
me
this
that
is-
doesn't change.
So this is temporary with benefits, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I essentially laterally transferred over
I see.
from
Okay.
DHHS.
So Jack, can we find out if we made him permanent classified? How would it affect the budget? Yeah, because that seems kind of weird to me. All right, Representative Rowe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have 3 areas I want to look into, and I did watch the live stream last week, so I want to thank you for that. Would you describe the work you do compared with the Parent Information Center?
I would say the Parent Information Center is a very limited first option for parents to just learn what it means, you know, what rights they have if they have a child with a disability, maybe a basic overview of the IEP process. They have sample forms. We're not trying to duplicate any of that. It was one of the biggest things I did when I came into the role. I said, there seem to be a lot of people working in disability. We do not want to be duplicating what someone else is doing. So we would refer people for sample forms and that kind of thing to the Parent Information Center website. They do not go to IEP meetings. They are not sort of find a solution to the disagreement or the child out of school or the child institutionalized. They're not doing that at all. And their trainings fall short of the actual dispute resolution process. Whereas we dive right in there when we need to. But we also are doing, it's really just a case management, case resolution piece that gives us a lot more insight, I think, through the field work to school districts across the state, what they're facing, what parents are fighting. We're good at getting to what the meat of the question is that can actually be decided, as opposed to all of the emotion around, situations of students with disabilities.
Okay, and do you think the number of cases that come to your office would be reduced if the special ed directors in local districts had more training or experience in managing special education? And I'll preface this by saying I was on the school board for 9 years, and sometimes I see the number of disputes regarding special education seem to track with the experience or inexperience level of the director. I was just wondering if there was, does your office invest in professional development of people who are special education professionals, program directors, to ensure that resolution can be attained at the lowest level as possible without elevating it?
So it's a great question. We certainly don't have really a budget for professional development, but we do spend staff time. Tim and I have both done a number of New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrator trainings. What he alluded to with the placements when it's by courts or for treatment episodes, and where the school districts should participate in that process is a training he did for special ed administrators. I've done some. We're trying to roll out even more. I'm not sure that the number of cases coming to our office would be reduced, because really when we're talking about trying to have staff to manage and bring to resolution approximately 300 a year, that is 1% of the IEPs statewide. I'm not sure we're going to get that number much lower.
Okay.
But we certainly are interested in the training piece for parents, for advocates, and for special ed administrators.
And I have one more. Sorry, Chris. The other thing is there are two young men I know personally who entered the school system really without any, one fellow, and I spoke on the floor of this, I did a unanimous consent a couple of years ago. His parents were told that he would never speak, never be able to be potty trained. And he graduated from college. He's got a great job now in something to do with computer video design, I think. And so he's a tax-paying, contributing member of society. And I was wondering, is there any way or any attempt to track that kind of thing? Because it really does show a return on investment when you look at the money that was invested in this young man's special education. I'm sure he's paying a lot of that back now in at least income tax.
So the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act does require states to report out on indicators, and you're really getting at what, indicator 13, 14. They have a handful of them that talk about the next step for people coming out of the special education system. And it is precisely getting it. Are we treating it as an investment? DOE, New Hampshire DOE would tell you again, we don't have robust responses in terms of numbers on those indicators. So while there is data and you can look at New Hampshire's indicators for performance and they look decent, it's not built on a very large sample. So again, it goes back to this data question. We need better data across the state for special education. And people are looking at the nitty gritty of how to accomplish that. But there are indicators that are supposed to measure precisely that. It's just that we need a more robust sample of students. We're certainly looking at it in our cases and saying we need outcomes that, it could range from those with the most severe disabilities. It could be they are able to participate in an adult day program through developmental disability waivers rather than being institutionalized, right? That could be the positive outcome for the most severe. Or we actually engaged Voc Rehab early on. We got this student on a job path, even though they were not on a path to complete a high school diploma. I'm definitely focused, and it'll be part of my conversation today, on look at those students who are on certificate of completion paths. Those are not students going on to a next level of education, so we need to be right in there in that 18 to 22 age, 16 to 22, saying, let's make sure Voc Rehab's actually there for them. And I think there are some changes to that Voc Rehab system that, tweaks that could get more of those students involved.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Munt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies for coming in late. I was stuck in a phone tree with my health plan. And I can just say, as the father of a as I said, a young man with a developmental disability, he never would have been able to get through high school had it not been for the support he received from the special education department. So I'm very supportive of the work that you're doing. I just want to try to make sure I understand, kind of where you are now and what you're requesting. So if I understand correctly, right now, you've got two staff. For some reason, one of you is temporary and the other one's full-time, but you've got two staff. What I'm hearing you say and what you've put in writing is that with that two staff, you cannot fulfill the obligations that we, the legislature, and our great wisdom have imposed on you. And you're looking to hire an additional 4 staff right now at this point?
So that was my initial request when we did prioritize needs. We've peeled that back to 3.
Okay.
Really looking at 2 more case managers who would probably directly report to Tim. And Tim and I work very collaboratively together, talking about cases and direction. I do handle some myself. The first year I handled all 40 or 50 that we resolved myself, so pretty close to them. So 2 more case managers. And then we would like to take a position that's currently funded at 1 day a week and combine that with sort of intake data tracking, because those are related, right? When we bring in a case, getting the data and following through the resolution, assigning that, et cetera. And policy initiative tracking to say, okay, with what's coming in the door, what could we say? And that would be a report directly to me. So the data policy and then 2 more case managers is what we're looking for. It's 3 people.
So if you got your wish list, you would end up with a total of 5 staff, and presumably Tim would become permanent. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank.
Just to go back, I feel like I'm being dense here, but what you're actually
Representative
asking for, would you recognize me? 740,000 a year is what you're looking for.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I interjected.
All right. Yeah, I haven't read RSA 186C yet, but you're not really judicial in the sense that you have power to decide cases, right? You're more of a negotiator or something, right? To try to get people to see things, to get them together just by persuasion. Is that right?
With a tweak to it. So here's what I would say. The majority of our cases, 90% of them, yes, that's what we're doing. We're doing it, walk softly and carry a big stick. Our statute does say that we should ensure that IEP services are being delivered to students. So we do get a number of referrals, but quite a few, from the Department of Ed in their dispute resolution and state complaint process, because what they're looking for, it's their hearing officers who are the quasi-judicial authorities making decisions. They are looking for us to become involved in cases with parents sometimes to say, please help get this case to the best statement of the issue to be decided so that our hearing officers can be effective. So They will tell a lot of parents, reach out to the Office of the Advocate to help you, one, go to your IEP teams and let's see if we can avoid dispute resolution, but two, hone your case. So about 10% of our cases, we will join parents in an advocate role in those hearings before DOE.
Do you write an annual report?
Yes, we had a draft of our first one that we actually had ended up before Governor Sununu and Executive Council in a meeting. With that draft, they asked some questions, asked us to verify some information, which I think we have verified, so that is true. So we'll be reposting that first one kind of in a finalized format. Yes, is the answer.
Soon, right? Yeah. Soon? Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. Great. And my last question is on the budget. There are no funds for in-state travel in 2027. So that's, but you do a fair amount of in-state travel, right? So,
Do you want to answer this question?
So, as somebody who's the traveling roadshow a lot of times, park and rides are excellent places to work from. My mileage, if you will, from I live in Enfield to Concord is 60 miles. So I wouldn't be reimbursed for that if I were to go because it's within what my daily commute is. So we try to do that as much as possible. I try to do as much virtual as is appropriate with meeting with school districts and parents, but it all with an eye on, so like, hey, can we keep that cost down? Eventually, sometimes I'll go to Massachusetts. That happened where I had to go on tours of schools, but it's hard to say with just two of us that whether we would need more for travel or not.
I see. But so in fiscal year 2024, you weren't part of the agency, right? So you, or were you? Maybe you were.
No, not in FY 2024. Yours
doesn't
would be
look
FY
like.
2025.
Right.
He started maybe a couple of weeks before the start of it. I did a fair amount of travel. I did the same thing Tim does. I would go from home out a certain way as opposed to coming into the office. Do we need zero budget for travel? No, we need some budget for in-state travel if we're being fair to ourselves, which often we are probably not. It was not a priority, and I think there were a lot of moves, between my argument for prioritized needs, which were hundreds of thousands over where we were, and right now I don't even know if the budget really adequately pays our salaries or has kind of step increases. I'm getting reports that we're going to go over on some of our salary items from DAS, and I'm like, I'm not sure what to say.
Right, for fiscal year 25.
Right.
Yes. No, but I just want this to be accurate, right? So
we need a bit there, at the moment, it's small enough dollars, and even with 2 more case managers, it's probably small enough dollars because we're not sending people needlessly off everywhere, that it could be reclassed from kind of the, what is still a very small amount, but sort of some general line items. We do not buy much, if anything.
all right. Any further questions? Representative Leishman, followed by Representative Ebel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming you did the same presentation with the governor or the budget director, and I'm just curious why she or they didn't support your request for the $740,000.
So we did do the request in the earlier phase when the governor had the budget hearings. Neither Governor Sununu nor Governor Ayotte were there when we spoke about that. We have submitted it a few different times. My understanding is it is just the very tight budget cycle, and an agency asking for a budget that's double what it has doesn't fly. We didn't have cuts. We had a marginal increase, which would just do kind of our step salary increases. Beyond that, I would say that with the agency being as new as it is, people don't necessarily know well what we do, and that did come out before the governor and executive council in December when we were discussing what we do. There were a lot of questions about why couldn't we just refer all our cases on. to someone else, and there were parents who were pretty indignant. We've had quotes from area agencies who say, I really hope you all can survive and can continue to do what you're doing because we're referring to you when no one else has gotten it done. So I would say, being a new agency, it's not well understood what we do is my best answer.
Representative Evil.
Thank you. Would you say that if you were better funded, New Hampshire's special education dollars would be more effectively spent?
I hope so. I would say that I think we are about to invest a large amount of money in special education.
I saw the number.
And having oversight there and looking for efficiencies where it's possible can't do anything but help.
We've been collaborative with Department of Ed, whereas some agencies who are independent and in a somewhat of an oversight position are not collaborative with those agencies that maybe they're doing oversight. We've also been collaborative with school districts, so I think people trust us to say, look, we have to look at efficiency as well as looking at what's best for an individual case we're representing, and we're committed to doing that. We've been asked to participate both in the labor costing efforts and building out data systems within DOE, and we've been asked to participate in a suggested, I don't know if it will go through, but right now I believe there's going to be a bill this session about commissions to study the costs of special education and various solutions, and we've been listed in that. And so I think that people trust us to try to be conscious of the efficiency of dollars.
And then the other one, I'm wandering into terrain I'm not familiar with, and I hope I don't get struck by lightning by asking this question, but is it conceivable that your group could be paid for through the Education Trust Fund? Or does that give you the heebie-jeebies?
Yeah. Well, okay, so I'll answer this question because
Okay.
basically from the point of view of the budget, there is no difference, right? So there's no practical difference doing one way or the other. I think in general, we're trying to keep the Education Trust Fund for adequate ed and take out all of the this, that, and the other thing that has been in there in the past. Is that right, Representative Wiley? That is correct. Okay, so the answer is probably not, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter when one's the left pocket and the other's the right
Yeah,
pocket, kind of thing.
I guess that's right. It's just that one is very restricted and the other can be used
Okay.
in many ways. So that's why I asked the question. But
All right.
If I could add anything to that, even as the special education advocate, I am concerned with, I'm very interested to see what happens with funding bills, with the Education Trust Fund, et cetera, because I don't want to see the tensions that currently exist between special education and general education. One of the efficiencies that I've suggested is that we really need to look at, the 25,000 or so out of the 32,000 population and say, can some of those be on IEPs for short periods of time and then come off to the multi-tiered systems of support, obviously less restrictive, that should be there in gen ed. But if we're making trade-offs between special education and general education at the local levels, they're more likely not to have the same level of multi-tiered systems of support that benefit all students. So I don't want to see those trade-offs. I want to see what we can do to get to a better place than where we are right now in that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it. We'll let you go back to your caseload.
Thank you.
Yeah. So for the committee, so we're going to come back and be with the treasurer at 1:15. After that, I'd like to, we'll have seen everybody basically. So I want to hand out some things and talk about the big picture. And then I wanted to spend, if I don't know if Representative Sweeney is coming back, but I wanted to spend the rest of the afternoon in caucus and sort of talk about kind of where we're going and our targets and things like that. So that's kind of my plan for the rest of today. Any questions? No, we're happy? Okay, good. Thank you. Treasurer Mazzabelli. Yeah. Yeah. I know our whole discussion was kind of cut off last time, and we have a couple of people back that weren't here, so,
Good afternoon.
good. So, we already asked about, on this page, you're adding a person, so that's, an entry-level accountant,
That is correct.
152. And, oh, how about vacancies? Do we ask about that? There aren't any, I think.
I do not have vacancies right now.
Yeah, okay.
Hope it stays that way.
Okay, and we asked about what happened to other funds in fiscal year 25. And I don't remember what was the answer to that one.
Other funds relative to
On
abandoned.
page 152, expenditure total for the Treasury Department, right? Everything looks sort of normal except for
Total.
fiscal year 25, right? Because other funds went from 160 to 30. Oh, that was it. The rooms and meals wasn't
Correct.
budgeted,
It wasn't part of the budget, now it is.
and now it's back again.
It's back, yes.
But it was part of the year, or part of the biennium or something, yeah.
It wasn't included in the budget initially, but the expenditures were recorded
Oh.
in the accounting unit where the
I see.
activity happens. It's just, it wasn't in the original budget.
I see what you're saying. So if I looked at what we passed 2 years ago, it would have had 35, or something like that. Is that right? But when it
Yes, it
became
would've-
actual, now there's the number there.
Correct.
Yeah. I see. Okay, good. Okay, so that explained that one. Page 138. So we'll go back to the beginning here. Okay. So this accounting unit. Right, so you move people around, I guess. This accounting unit is getting 4 more people from somewhere else.
That is correct. We moved them from other divisions so they can reconcile in the reconciliation unit in anticipation of the changes that are coming with the accounting system.
Right. Okay, good. Okay, we talked a bit about escheated property on page 140. Oh, again, because this is an actual.
That is an amount that is typically not right. So that's not budgeted because we don't know how much we're gonna return. But those are funds that come from the general fund because we always will return property even after the funds are escheated to the general fund.
Okay, so is this the one we had the question of whether Ways and Means numbers for the general fund had this income and this expense?
It is, but so the escheated portion, what we return, the property we return gets recorded there. But your question, I think it was relative to some expenditures that happen in the abandoned property division, and that was related to the external audits that we do to the multi-state audits. We have contracts with firms that go out and do multi-state audits, and we have budgeted an amount that you were trying to see if that was
Oh, yeah,
an amount.
page 147, I think.
147, that's correct. And we looked at, so we typically budget an amount that is going to allow us to pay. We don't know how many of those firms are going to come back and say, well, we found all this property. And once they remit that property to us is when we pay them about 10% of that as a contingency fee. So we usually budget an amount that will allow us, we don't know how much that's gonna be. So we looked at some history, and there were years that we pay 700,000, less than that. So we typically just, we like to have a number that we don't have to go to fiscal in case we have to pay that. What I will say, what I will add to that is, regardless of how much we budget here, whatever we spend, the actual is what gets taken from the achievement that goes to the general fund. So, and the estimate that we provide to Ways and Means has other variables. So it really won't impact the revenue number, even if we change this number here.
I see. What we're talking about, by the way, just for everybody else, is on page 147, the very first number, the current expense. I think that's right. So,
Yes.
so that you notice the actual is 500,000, but the budgeted amount is 1.5 million. And so, but what she's saying is that will become an actual at some point, and it's all figured in, because basically you have this expense of this 500,000, you have the expense of the 4.5 million on page 140. So there's a total expense of this thing of 5 million, but the amount of property that gets abandoned is like 24 million or something. So what actually ends up in the general fund is 19 million or something like that, right?
That is correct.
Okay. But it's all included in what we already know from, or it's estimated in what we know from Ways and Means. So
Correct.
there's nothing to see here, I guess, is there?
No, unfortunately, I don't have anything else to change that estimate. The revenue estimate is what we expect, and hopefully that's what we get.
Right.
Quick question.
Go
on that.
ahead, Representative Muntz.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for coming in. I'm sorry I missed your presentation last week, so I'm playing a
problem.
little bit of catch up.
Sure.
So did I hear correctly that we have $24 million a year of abandoned property revenue that comes into the general fund?
So it has been increasing over the last few years, but I will say about 20 million we collect. Again, it's been increasing. So over the last few years, we have collected about 23, 24 million. We tried to return as much as we can. So last year was a high year. We returned 12 million. And this year, I think we're not as high, but again, we tried to return. So whatever we don't return after 3 years, and we pay our expenditures here, our expenses, we escheat to the general fund. So that becomes unrestricted revenue to the general fund.
I think you answered one of my questions then, was because I see the ads that are running on TV now about, abandoned property, which
Yes.
I need to follow up on myself.
Sure.
So the only money that goes back to the general fund is money that has kind of gone through that 3-year kind of waiting period, if you will?
That is correct. So, so that's what the law says. If we don't return it after 3 years, we has cheated. However, the owners of the property can come back at any time, and that's the other line that you see on page. I can't remember what page it was, but that's the amount that we have returned after we has cheated those funds to the general fund. So a property owner can always come back to us and collect their funds.
Which line is that the 1.5 million or is that the 4 million?
That is cheated property, and that's page.
$140 maybe?
Certainly, yes, 140. So last year we returned 4.4 million, fiscal year 24. You don't see anything in 25, but I think we have returned about 2 million this year, something around that.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Run.
Quick question. Thank you so much for coming. And I am sorry I missed your presentation last week. But I know in the union leader prints that what other ways do we reach out to the public to see if, just to let them know that there may be abandoned property?
So that's one way, and that's in the law. We publish the list and the unit leader. All of the new properties that we collect, that's the list that you see on the unit leader. So the other way we do this, we just try that ad for the first time. We wanted to try it. We never really had the bandwidth of the staff to be able to do that. But we tried that this year. It looks like it's successful. We wanted to start low, we wanted to just, again, try it. But the other way we do it is we do our reach events. We try to, we ask organizations if they can invite us for the day. And so we go and we go for the day. We just attended a nursing home in Nashua. So different places to try to return those funds. At the national level, the organizations that we belong to, the National Association of State Treasurers, that help us at the national level. So we've had whenever Good Morning America talks about abandoned property, then we get all of these new requests. So there are different ways that we try to return it. But again, we're trying to explore a few more of those options to try to return it throughout the year.
Yes, go.
Do you list it on your website as well?
Yes.
Okay, it's all there.
It's all on the website, yes.
Do you know how many, let's say from the Union Leader, because that must be pretty costly to run that print. And what is the cost, and how many inquiries do you get from that? Do you believe it's cost effective?
It is expensive. There's no doubt. I mean, it is in the law. That's the reason we do it. It needs to be a publication that with statewide circulation. So that's a Union Leader. I haven't tried to change that just because it is, again, that's all of the states do it that way, but also we're just trying to increase the reach in different ways. Is it cost effective? I don't want to take the business from the unit leader yet. I think we can find all the ways. And again, we continue to collect more property every year. And so I think we just need to, again, continue that effort.
Chair, can I just
Yeah, go
follow
ahead.
up on that question? So where in the budget are those expenses, the expenses for ads in the Union Leader?
Yes, so that's this again is on page one. I'm lost again. 47. Yes, so all of the expenses of the division, the abandoned property division, start in are on page 147 and 48. So it will be publications will be on 20, class 20.
Oh, no, it is 20.
It will be in class 20, current expenses.
So, and I'm sure that cost center probably includes some other items in addition to the.
The current expenses includes, the majority of the money is what we pay to the firms, the audit firms that I was mentioning. We have contracts with them. We have about 10 contracts. So essentially we do business with all of the audit firms that are in that industry.
Yep.
Just so we can collect as much property as possible.
What I'm trying to get a handle on is the amount that's actually being spent or budgeted for placing ads in the paper.
Do you recall that?
25 or 30,000,
How much?
25 or 30,000.
I was hoping there'd be a few more zeros. Okay.
For the Union Leader.
And we can confirm that
Still
amount for you.
significant. Okay. Yeah, and just for the interest, this abandoned property, it doesn't just sit here for 3 years. It's already sat, in some broker's account or something for 10 years or something like that. And then we get it, and then we sit on it some number of years, right? So this is not, anyway. It's been sitting for a long period of time. Okay, and that's why so many people don't come back and get it, because maybe they're not around anymore. All right, so page 144, I guess we asked about the university. So we pay debt back, and it's in a number of different groups. So our main debt payments are on page 143, debt service, right? Looks like going up to 68 million in 20. Do we ask why?
Yes.
You said the reason that fiscal year 26 and 27 are so different was the prison, is that
That is
right?
correct. And I recalculated that, the debt service for that fiscal year. So I had an opportunity to speak with the Commissioner, Department of Corrections, and again, we're not planning on bonding it this year, so that's why you don't see it in fiscal year 26, the debt service. But there's an expectation that they're spending the money over the next couple of years, so we will be bonding that amount. What I was able to confirm with the Commissioner is that they'll spend the 40 million not at once. They'll spend it over time, over the period of 2 years. So with that information, what I did is I recalculated the debt service, assuming that we will issue 20 million and 20 million in 2 different years rather than one. So I have those numbers that I can provide DLBA. If you, I believe that would be a more accurate debt service to use, and that way 27 won't be as high.
But 28 will be higher?
Oh yes, future years will be higher for sure.
Okay, good.
I have that information, so
Yeah, but 26 won't change?
26 won't change.
So why was 26? Oh, so 25 adjusted authorized may not be accurate either, right? It might end up being less than the current fiscal year.
This should be accurate.
The 64 and a half?
Yes.
Okay, so why is the surrounding years less? What made that year high? I'm 143. You see where it says debt service?
So for the most part, debt service declines. We pay more than what we borrow, but there are times that I can't remember if there was anything particular that made that budget number higher. However, if we didn't spend all the 64, which is I think we have an expectation we will lapse. Do you recall that amount?
I don't know.
Okay, we can get that number, but it's not going to be the 64 million total. We're going to lapse an amount. Fiscal year 26, we include the assumption that we're bonding. So when we start bonding, you see the debts. The debt service is reflected the following year. So in 26, for example, this year we're going to bond approximately 16 million, and that's why the debt service in 26 is lower. In 27, we're increasing the debt service. We are assuming we're going to issue more bonds, and just simply because even the capital budget right now has the governor's proposal includes 140 million for the biennium. So that alone is 70 million each year. And then we're adding the 20 million. So that number is going to be, what I have here is that it's going to be 66 million, 66.9 rather than 68 that you see here.
I actually heard from the chair of Public Works, and he thinks they're not going to do more than 125.
Okay.
So, that might come down again a little bit.
So again, what we don't spend, we lapse, and typically, for the most part, that's a number we use. But sometimes we don't end up issuing the 60 million. It's just an estimate. It's just over the years. That's about the average 60 million in bonds. But again, we bond based on the expenditure. So if the agencies are not spending fast enough, we don't have to bond the entire amount. So that sometimes is what we end up lapsing.
Representative Mons.
Thank you. And again, forgive me for if I'm asking a question that may have already been answered. So just looking at FY '24, the $59 million, that is the debt service on all of the debt that the state of New Hampshire has outstanding?
All of the
Or are there any debts that are kind of off the books.
Yes.
Well, there's more pages we're going to get to in a moment.
So,
So-
this 59 million is debt paid with general funds. So anything that is budgeted and there is not debt that is going to be repaid with other revenue. For example, the liquor commission, if they have a project, they pay with liquor funds. So if there are some agencies that have other funds, they pay their debt with those funds. So this number 59 million is just is debt repaid with general funds.
And where, and if like the liquor commission has debt, the debt service on that debt, does that show up in your budget or show up in their budget?
Their budget. There's so the other debt that you'll see Representative Wire was mentioning is the university system is another. It's separate, but it's also paid with general funds. So the university system, and then we have debt. The community college system, the debt service that you see there, that is paid by the community college, by the system, and school building aid is repaid with the meals and rooms tax. So that's considered other revenue, not general fund. So you'll see that on the following pages.
Yeah, so go to page, we'll turn the page to 144. So some of our debt is on behalf of the university system, and it's just called out for whatever reason in this particular accounting unit. And these numbers assume that we're going to borrow roughly $10 million a year, every year for them. Right? So, but anyway,
And the other.
and these are all general funds.
And the other accounting units that you see is, again, debt service for the community college system. They're paying their debt. It's just because of the way the capital budget was adopted that way. And then we also have school building aid.
Right. So that's interesting. School building aids straight out of rooms and meals.
That's how it was. Yes, that's how these bonds were authorized to be repaid with a portion of the meals and rooms tax.
Okay. Representative Evil?
Is that statutory or was that,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
so,
But this is probably just the tail of, we haven't given new school building aid in a while, I think,
That's correct. That we have 4 more years there for,
of this number.
but it's, we have, let's say 15 million outstanding, I believe.
can I just make a comment?
Yes,
So
Representative
I was
Evil.
just going to say on the UNH thing, I mean, Peter's been here, sorry, Peter, longer than any of us, but there used to be a KEEP program for UNH where they were, and so maybe, what was it, like for 10 years or something, they were guaranteeing that they were going to add capital monies for UNH every biennium to help them catch up. So it may be because of that program
Well-
that they have a separate line. I don't know.
There's a separate line because at some point the governor's, the budget office, they wanted to have a separate accounting unit for that to track their debt service. But every year, there's an authorization for UNH to be repaid with general funds. So even this budget, the governor's budget has a proposal for 20 million in total.
Yeah. Representative Munz.
Let me just preface what I'm about to say with, I'm not necessarily recommending this, but I'm just kind of curious. Are there opportunities, or is there anything preventing us from restructuring the debt to maybe lessen the burden now and either take advantage of lower interest rates, which is probably not the case because they're going up, but to restructure the debt to maybe help us in the short term and give us a little bit of breathing room going forward?
Trust me, she's already done it.
Thank you for the question. every time we issue bonds, we look at the possibility of doing refundings of those bonds that are callable. So after 10 years, we have the opportunity to look at those bonds. And if they're callable, we look at those bonds to see if there is a possibility to refund them, and because of lower rates, or because the coupons right now are again, if it's economically beneficial for the state, we look at that. So we're about to issue bonds, and right now we're considering to refunding approximately $80 million in bonds. Those bonds are callable. If the economics work, the day of the sale, we will proceed with refunding those bonds. If we don't look that's beneficial for the state, we stop and we wait until the next opportunity, or we just keep paying. So that's what we do every time we do analysis of those bonds, that we can try to take advantage of the market conditions.
Go ahead.
If you were to refinance that 80 million, for example, and I know it's hard to estimate, but do you have any sense at all what that might do in terms of extra cost, or lower cost to the state, in the next 2 years?
So what I can say about the ones that we're looking at right now, those 80 million, right now they look like they will provide approximately like $2 million net present value of savings of $2 million. So we look at, net present value. So it will be, you will see those savings over the next 10 years, but the present value is about $2 million. We typically, the way we analyze that, if it's going to provide about more than 3% of savings of the refunded bonds, that's when we think is economically beneficial for the state. If it's less than that, it doesn't make sense. The costs are too high, and we can just wait until the next opportunity if there is one.
Okay. Representative Evil?
Mr. Chair, I did request from the treasurer the debt affordability study, and that I forwarded to everybody, and I did want to ask just a couple.
Go ahead,
Is this
yeah.
the appropriate time?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, first of all, I wish that the finance got copies of this and we could talk a little bit more about it here, because I know, being a public works geek, we talked about this at great length in the capital budget, but obviously in finance, this is where we're seeing the effect of the bonding. So I just wondered if, it looks like we're doing well in this document. And if you want to say anything on that, but I guess where I'm going with this is we have the potential liability from the YDC cases. There are some other things that might be clouds on the horizon as far as our bond rating and our overall fiscal health. And this is such a good snapshot of where we are statewide. I'd kind of like to open it up to you a little bit, to let you talk, to ask you to discuss this, and if you see any flashing signs of concern.
Thank you, Representative. Just for your information, we did share the study with, I think we went distribute that, the LBA gets a copy, and we post it on the website, but I'll be happy to share it even more.
I did share what you sent me.
Yes.
We don't talk about
Thank you.
it here that much.
Sure. So yes, you're correct. The study shows that the current conditions of the state, essentially the debt profile that we have is positive. The debt to revenue ratio is a key metric that we review. That's 3.8%. It has decreased over time. Because of and that's primarily driven by the revenues, the outperformance of revenues over the last few years. So you can still see that the ratio is, last year was 4%, this year is 3.8%. But the key of that is, again, revenues have outperformed, but also the policies relative to debt service, to issuing debt. So if we continue to issue debt of approximately $60 million each year, again, we will continue to issue that and pay what we usually pay 60% of principal during the first 10 years and then 40 during the last 10 years. What that does is we use a rapid repayment structure that allows us to continue to have a healthy debt profile. So again, all of those different policies that we have implemented over time, the state has implemented over time, the fact that the legislature stays within the 120 million, 125 million each biennium, that allows us to have a more predictable amount of debt that we have outstanding. The revenues are difficult to predict, so that's why we like to maintain our debt in a way that is manageable. So that's what that's what this study does. And then what we do with this study is we also try to project, and we use several assumptions. That some of them are not, perhaps this time around are not going to be working as well. But we assume that we're going to issue, again, approximately 60 million in bonds. We made some assumptions, revenues were going to increase. There's another scenario there that we used. Revenues were flat. So I think that's probably more likely, that's a more appropriate scenario to review. But when you look at those rates, so what we do is we try to analyze how the ratios are going to perform over time. So with that scenario in this study, you'll see that the ratios continue to be manageable. So that's what we want to look at. The revenue, the rating agencies worry about that metric increasing too much. If we're close, we're in the 8%, 10% will be really bad. We will probably have a downgrade. So the rating agencies will start worry if we start issuing too much debt, or revenues are not performing. That means those metrics are going to start being not as positive. And so that's when they will put us in some type of negative outlook. Now, you just mentioned other things that are going on. One of the things that is considered credit positive is the way we manage our debt. So there are other things that are coming, like the YDC claims and other budgetary pressures. The rating agencies are going to look at that. They're going to look at the amount of reserves that we have. So this year, it looks like we'll have a projected deficit. So depending on how much we take from the rainy day fund, they're going to want to see what we're going to do over the next few years to replenish those funds. So again, it's a whole picture. The way we manage our debt is one of the probably easiest way to manage our finances. The other, the other aspects of our finances are a little more challenging, I will say, especially when we want to maintain our revenues, flat or again, we just have to produce a balanced budget. So I know it can be challenging.
Representative Evil.
Yeah, so, I mean, basically, what we have in our rainy day fund is a factor that the rating, and of course, with the rating agencies, their opinion on things helps with the saleability of our bonds, right, and the interest rate. So it's all like sort of relevant. So we've been building up our rainy day funds, but now there's a proposal on the table to take 81 million out, right? So, I mean, I'm asking the question also because in the governor's budget, she didn't put this time anything for the prison, whereas last time, and there's nothing in the capital budget, so, we're talking a lot about what to do about that. So that would be on top of if we just do the 120, potential of another 40 if people, and then we have the looming issue of the YDC. I mean, that's the only other big looming thing I see out there, and that's just not anywhere in the budget at this point. So just knowing from my experience with the capital budget and this debt, I mean, it all hangs together,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes, and what I will add is so we have calls with rating agencies next week, actually. And the questions that will come, and I'm positive about this, is what is the state planning? Like, what is going to be the plan for the YDC? Even if it takes 10 years to cover that, what is the plan? What is the plan for the rainy day fund? They just, obviously, depending on the answers that I provide, that's how they're going to see, okay, the state can maintain a stable outlook. Anything that they hear that is not favorable, obviously they can put us on a watch. So it's very important, obviously, the work that you're doing to understand all of the pieces. And you are absolutely correct. If our ratings are, if we maintain the highest ratings, our borrowing costs are going to be low, and they're going to be, again, more investors are going to want to buy our bonds. And again, that lowers our cost.
And so the revenue picture is also part of that,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And our revenues have been, okay.
Absolutely. The revenues
Thank you.
have been not performing as well. So one of the things they look at is how diverse our revenues are. So for example, if the business taxes are not working this year, or, currently, obviously it's important to maintain a different type of revenue that could provide in different times. Again, having diversity is important. So yes.
So we should add gambling? Is that what you're saying? I heard that. What?
Star diversity.
All right. Anyways, okay. Let's keep going.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you. Yes. Page 148. So this is something else. I think we did talk about this last time. What you can see toward the bottom of the page, this is the money from the Fidelity 529 plans, and which is given out in scholarships, I guess.
Yes.
And I think we asked, I don't know if we asked, why is it going up 5 million per year from the actual to the budgeted number?
So, fiscal year 24 was a year, I will say that the commission that oversees this program was trying to send less money to the endowments and more funds to students directly through direct scholarships. And while trying to find a balance, there was a period of time that it wasn't, the commission didn't reach the target. We're trying to disperse as much money as possible. So that was a year that wasn't the criteria utilized for the scholarships. We weren't able to send give out as many scholarships as we wanted. Fiscal year 26 though and 27 it looks like we were going to be able to provide more scholarships to students based on colleges and universities provide us with estimates of their eligible students. We looked at that last December, and it looks like we're going to be able to help more students over the next couple of, or next year and going forward. And so again, you can't really see that because we tried to budget what we, essentially we're trying to spend all of the money. The fact that 24 didn't work out was an anomaly. In 26, again, we tried to budget all of the funds that we anticipate collecting from Fidelity. Hopefully, we're able to spend that money. I think that's what
Did
I'm
some of the 24
trying to
money lapse in some way, or is it
goes
still
back
there?
into the trust fund for future expenditure, for future grants.
So these 26 and 27 numbers are bigger than what's actually coming from Fidelity because we're going to use some of this trust fund money, or not? Or are you talking about the education trust fund?
No, this is a trust. Is called the New Hampshire Excellence in Higher Education Trust Fund.
Okay.
The money that comes from Fidelity is deposited in that fund and is used for 2 scholarship programs.
Right.
So if not all of the funds are spent, then it goes back into the trust fund for future use. I guess one thing I'm gonna add, the funds, fiscal year 26 funds are already, students already know, we notify colleges and universities that they were gonna receive these funds. They already are preparing the financial aid packaging, including all of those funds for students. So we do anticipate spending this amount and perhaps more from the trust fund.
I see. So it does have a very healthy balance here.
It does.
Yeah, okay. Right. So I just tell the committee, this is something that Division Two is aware of and may be making changes in this area. So even though it looks sort of like it's on our side, it isn't really.
Again, the only thing I will add to that is essentially funds for fiscal year 26 have been promised to students. Just want to keep that in mind.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They might need the money.
Right, but anyways, but there's revenue also, right? So, yeah. Okay. So what was just handed out was a whole bunch of dedicated funds that are all controlled by the Treasury. So it gets you some information about that. One of the most interesting is on page 163. So the Japanese government gave us $10,000 in 1905, and we now have 216,000 in this account. So
That's for the Japanese, not we.
Oh. Support program.
it's because they had a peace treaty negotiated in Portsmouth, I guess, with Russia, and this was the gift of the Japanese as a result. So, 120 years ago. Well, I think they did some, yeah. Anyways,
So, I'm actually on the LCHIP board, and so they just they go through an annual grant round, and they spend the maximum amount of money every time. And so I believe all they really have left is, at this point, is $600,000 or something. I mean, yeah, they make all these grants. It's a very, I mean, you guys know, it's a very competitive program, and they leave no money on the table.
it's interesting to see how the real estate business has dropped off, right?
Yeah.
Because much more revenue came in 21, 22 than in 23, 24.
I mean, it's really dependent on real estate sales. But I was trying to remember, maybe last year they had applications twice as much as the money they had to give out. So it's a very competitive program. And as I say, they're not ones to sit on the money. It goes out the door annually.
Okay. All right, good. Let's keep going here. All right, so that answers that question.
There's actually I'm sorry, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
There's something about the Ben Thompson Trust Fund, I think, in HB2.
Yes, and I can speak to that. So we are, we had a discussion with the university system to try to move right now by law, I need to have custody of the trust fund. And the conversation that we were having is the possibility of transferring that trust to the UNH Foundation. Essentially, they will do the same. They are the beneficiaries. University of New Hampshire is the beneficiary, so they will add the trust fund to. Again, it will be overseeing the way they do their other endowments. So House Bill 2, what we need to do in order for that to happen is we need to repeal all of the laws relative to the Ben Thompson Trust Fund that says that the treasurer needs to have custody of that fund, And at the same time, we will be working with the Department of Justice to try to change the purpose of I guess the trust, and it will be, I guess, the court will have to make the decision to be able to transfer all of the funds to the University of New Hampshire Foundation. So we will have to, again, repealing the laws is one step. The other step is work with the Department of Justice to be able to change that purpose and for the UNH Foundation to have those funds. So that's why it's in House Bill 2. It was, so again, the university system is interested in having those funds. They will do a wonderful job managing it. What is happening right now is what we send to the University of New Hampshire is what was established in the laws of 1909, I believe, that says we need to send a quarterly payment to UNH, and that's the amount that is in the law. So we have to either, regardless of the path we follow, that law needs to be, again, the whole situation needs to be reevaluated to really understand how much the University of New Hampshire should receive from this trust. $31,000 is probably not the right amount at this time. So again, the path that we're following is working with the Department of Justice to change the custody, move it to the University of New Hampshire Foundation. But again, one of the steps is to repeal these laws.
And why are expenses double this payment? Is that expenses for managing the fund? Is there in there?
I believe those are indirect costs, right? Is that what
Pardon me?
the indirect cost is what we see here?
The 125,
Yes,
Yeah.
indirect cost.
100, that's what it is.
And so the expenditures is what we sent to UNH.
Right, but in the description, it says you're sending UNH 32,000, but the expenses are 62,000.
It's 30,
31,887.
correct. That's,
I'm an engineer, so that's 32,000, you see?
yes. I believe that's the amount. I'm not sure where.
Right, so the question is, but you see in the table, right, expenses, $62,684.
Oh, you're looking at this?
Details.
Oh, right. So these expenses are the management of the fund, the investment fees.
Okay, so that's my point, is half of this is going to TD Bank, and only half is going to the university.
That is
right?
correct. So the amount
I
that's
see.
going to the university is not correct. It's just the amount that has been sent for decades. This is what we're reviewing that fund. But again, the path that we're following right now is to try to move those funds from our custody to the University of New Hampshire. Again, that's based on conversations, that's what everyone is interested in doing that.
Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
So,
Go
so
ahead.
the idea is rather than you managing the fund, it would be the university?
That's correct.
Right,
I mean, we don't have a problem managing the fund, but again, we just need to review how much money the University of New Hampshire should receive. And that was, again, that could be that path that we follow. Perhaps that's what the court decides. So that's what's being reviewed right now.
And it's not like they're doing a bad job. I mean, you look at other sources, that's the revenue, right? That's the
investment
the
income.
investment income.
Yes,
Right?
that's
And
investment.
those are not bad numbers, really.
Correct.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
because that's right here.
But it's just, anyway. Okay,
yeah.
very good. So, let's go to page 149 at the very bottom. What is the Governor's Scholarship Fund?
Yes. That is a scholarship program also overseen by the College Tuition Savings Plan Advisory Commission. And that is a program, that's a scholarship program funded with general funds.
just for the heck of it, or?
Yeah, yes.
And it
I-
just adds to what we're getting from Fidelity to,
So there are two different programs, and
Okay.
there are two different programs. When we were putting the budget together, I did ask the governor's office if they were interested in funding the program, and they wanted to fund it, so that's what you see here.
okay. I mean, it looks like they even added $1 million or something. Is that?
So typically, we've been receiving about $3 million since this program was established, $3 million each year to fund this program. There are, this is a program that is being reviewed just because the way the eligibility and the law, we're not finding enough students that qualify for that. So, but in the meantime, right, there's a balance here. If you look at the dedicated funds report, we have a
Is there
ba-
a
a
special
bal-
fund for this?
balance of about 14 million. Those 14 million, approximately half is restricted, the other one is available. The restricted portion is because the way this program works is when those scholarships are awarded, they're spent over a period of 4 years. They're not all spent in the first year. So the awards are 4-year awards, and we need to wait until they're all spent. But then we've been able to award funds every year. But again, so we have to mark on a restricted portion of that amount. But right now, we have about $10 million available unrestricted for that fund, just because there are not enough students that have been eligible for that program. So
So why don't we see the 2.7 from the general fund coming into this fund?
well, it is about, if you look at the expenditures of 24,
other
it's about
sources, is
2.3 million in expenses.
Yes.
That's how much we've been able to disperse every year.
Right. So what we see under other sources, that's the general fund.
Other sources, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And what we see under revenue, that's the investment income.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's a little backwards from the other one, the other page we saw. Okay. Okay, this is general fund. Okay, very good. Yes, Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the Governor's Scholarship Fund, you said that it's not fully dispersed to the goals because not enough students are eligible for it. Is there a possibility of raising the scholarship for those that are eligible? Because college expenses have gone up. I don't know how long we've had that $2,000 a year award.
So that program, I believe, was established in 2018, and the eligibility criteria is included in the law. So it needs to be, the student needs to be Pell eligible, full-time student, and they receive, and if the student is receives the New Hampshire Scholar designation, the student receives $2,000. If the student who qualifies doesn't have the designation, the student receives $1,000. The rules made that program a little more complicated because the student needs to be continuously enrolled in an institution. So if a full-time student decides to skip a semester, then automatically they lose that scholarship, that grant. So again, it's just the structure of how this fund was designed. The commission is very interested in reviewing the 3 programs that they're overseeing now and try to see if there's a better way to disperse all of the funds.
Go ahead.
So if a student receives a scholarship, but then decides for some reason or another not to return to school for a semester, does it pick up if they do return, or does it forever it's gone?
It's forever gone for that student.
All right. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Campbell.
Can a student apply if they're already in college and they didn't know about this program and they're already a sophomore or junior, can they apply at that point?
No, it has to be a full-time student completing high school, full-time completing high school. So it's a little bit limited. And I believe the purpose of the program was to encourage full-time enrollment, and so students can, again, start a college education and stay there, receive these grants, and essentially start in the workforce right away. So it's a different type of program with that intention to promote, not enrolling part-time and taking years to complete, because there are studies that show if some students are part-time, sometimes they don't complete the courses, they get student loans, and it just becomes more expensive. So the idea of this program was to try to help these students to join the workforce as soon as possible.
And is the program well publicized within the school system and, counselors, teachers, do they know of this program?
I'm not clear. My opinion, I think schools could probably do a better job promoting this program. But again, I'm not really clear. This is, we hold the funds, and colleges and universities are responsible for promoting the programs. And there's more that probably the Treasury can do, and those are the thoughts we've had to be able to promote these programs in the future more. One of our goals too. My pleasure.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned that this scholarship fund is overseen, is it by the New Hampshire College Tuition Savings Plan Advisory Commission? Can you tell me more about that? I'm not familiar with it.
Yes. So I also serve on that commission, and this is the commission that oversees the Fighting Rat plan as well. And so it's a commission made up of 13 members. There are members of the, there are 2 public members, members of the higher education industry, the chancellor of the University of System, chancellor of the community college system. The governor has a seat on that commission. There's usually a designee. Representatives, two representatives, and 2 senators sit on that commission.
So speaking of that, we're planning to add a section to House Bill 2 to repeal or change a whole bunch of committees and commissions. So if you are a member of any commission that either, number one, you don't want to be a member of, right? Or you think that the commission itself doesn't meet, that it's not worth having, et cetera, we would like to hear about those kind of things, right? Because we're trying to rein in, the hundreds of commissions that we have to appoint people to, and many of them, they never meet, and then, things don't happen. So any suggestions, you can send this to us later, but think about that, because I'm sure that you're automatically added to this, that, and the other thing, right? So yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. I will do that.
Okay. So then the last one, I guess, we're going to talk about is LCHIP, which we've already mentioned here, and the main thing is that the budgeted amount here is not necessarily equal to the revenue. This is just a big guess, right? This 4.7 million that was spent in 2024, but the income that year was only about 3. So, yes,
Well, and
Representative Evil.
I'm sure that the folks at LCHIP would be happy to provide more information, especially on how they've spent down the fund over time, if you'd like them to, if that's helpful.
Right, but the point is, we're budgeting
Yeah,
5
right,
million, but
right. It's probably, it may not be
it
that
may not
high
end up being that high.
under the,
yeah.
and as long as we're talking about LCHIP, there's also in this handout that you have, the Community Conservation Endowment. You remember the young woman we had in here whenever that was, last week. We were talking about the LCIP endowment and her work. This is sort of a similar concept here, where the LCHIP board has, when it says here, revenue and funding source narrative, they make sure that whenever they close a land deal, a certain amount of money goes into an endowment for stewardship and for oversight of the properties that, you know, they help fund or, you know, support in some way. So that's what this endowment is all about. And I also explained at the time that this is what a lot of these land trusts are doing because they have a big responsibility when they oversee these properties.
So let's ask about that one. So this is page 165, Community Conservation Endowment in the dedicated funds handout. So why was there no revenue in 2024? That looks like interest, right? So
That is a very good question. I will follow up on that.
I have to believe there was some
Right.
because they closed a whole bunch of grants.
no, but the grant stuff is the
But it's
other
part of the
sources.
Expenses,
Oh.
yes. I'm not sure what is happening here. I will ask.
I'm guessing that the revenue column is the investment income or interest.
Right.
Oh, I thought it was the endowment.
That's the other
Percentage.
sources.
Gotcha,
column,
gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
Yes, I will follow up on
Oops,
this.
All right, you'll look
I'm
that
not
up.
clear.
Yeah, okay. So this is the kind of pay,
Yeah.
on our other committee, we look at this stuff
Yeah.
all the time. Okay, well, when we meet, so anyway. All right, other questions for the treasurer, or should we let her get back to work?
I do have one request.
Yes, go ahead.
If I may. One request that we made to the governor as part of the governor's budget was to change one law to, that didn't make it. I'm not sure if it was an oversight. I haven't received an answer, but we wanted to change this a statute that will allow me to appoint more than 2 assistant treasurers. Right now I have 2 assistant treasurers, and I would like to be able to reclassify a classified position to an assistant treasurer position, which will be an unclassified position. So by changing the law and removing the number 2 will allow me to reclassify a classified position to an unclassified position. So essentially, it's not really, it wouldn't have a budgetary impact. The only impact that what it does right now is this particular position, sometimes because it's a member of management, sometimes that person needs to work more, so there's overtime and limitations as part of the classified system. So that is a request I would like to make if you
So
in
this
my
person wouldn't be
considering.
appointed by the governor and council? No, it would just be an.
Assistant treasurers, I appoint assistant treasurers, so it will be
I see.
an appointee of the treasurer.
But you would keep the salary the same? or is
Correct. It's pretty comparable.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
just so you don't have to, I mean, we might have you back, I don't, but there's another thing in HB2. Of course, we don't have the final document, but there's another provision in here, budget and appropriations revolving
Oh,
funds.
yes.
I didn't know if you wanted to
Yes,
talk
yes,
about
I'm
that.
sorry, I didn't get to that. That request relates to, so this is debt service. We were discussing how debt service works, and sometimes what we typically add a footnote in the budget for example, for debt service pay with general funds, but agencies also sometimes have, again, we discuss how they have debt service in their budgets, but their budgets, their debt service lapses at the end of the fiscal year. Again, when we put together our budget, we say in the footnote that the funds will lapse at the end of the biennium. So sometimes what happens is if the estimates of debt service are not good estimates, agencies need to go before fiscal to request changes in their line. So what this will do is essentially will allow them to not lapse those funds in the first year of the biennium, and if they have any funds are not spent, if they will lapse at the end of the biennium. So this change in the law is just adding the 2 classes there's, I guess, this existing law under budget and appropriations. There are some classes already that don't lapse in the first year of the biennium. So all we're doing is adding the debt service classes to this group of I guess, budgetary lines that don't lapse until the end of the biennium. I guess I should say that. It's just to facilitate the payment of debt service, and agencies don't have to go and request funds. One of the things that we don't want to, we try not to ask your permission to pay debt service. We have to pay that service. Investors expect us to pay that service. So we don't want to scare investors that we don't have the funds to pay that service. So this will allow us to just have a little more flexibility. It will be part of the law.
Okay, sounds reasonable. Yes, Representative Run.
Thank you. So when I'm looking at the HB2, you know, the draft we got, so you've got in there about transferring the Benjamin Thompson Fund to UNH. And then you've got what you just discussed about the debt service. And then the third one is removing 2 from the assistant treasurer. Do you happen to have that statute?
I
number?
do. I have
Oh,
language right here that I can
Oh,
share
okay.
with you if
They'll probably keep
that
it
will
too.
just allow for
oh,
that.
okay.
The LBA
Oh,
will.
all right.
Yes, so the statute itself is RSA 6:28, and all it will do right now, it says the state treasurer may appoint 2 assistant treasurers, and the only thing I would like is to remove the number 2.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But I have some that I can share.
How about changing 2 to 3? I don't want to have 20 assistant reps. Right?
I probably don't need 20, but
You just want one more, right?
yes, I think right now, yes, that will solve my concern. But like, for example, I was looking at the statute, Secretary of State statutes, they have a similar language than what the treasurer's statutes show, and they also don't have a number, so I was just
I see.
narrowing that.
You want to be in the same category.
Right.
Well, why don't we add a number for them too? So,
Generous with the numbers too.
yeah.
So
I
just,
wouldn't-
so what you're asking though is unrelated to what you have had in your presentation. You were asking for authorization for one more employee to help you track funds. And I just, I don't even remember that we talked about that. Are you struggling to track all the funds that you have?
This was probably an ask in the wrong time of the budget or wrong period. But so we were asking for we're asking for one position because that will be part of the business office. Because what we're going to do is we're going to right now we have about 40 trust and custodial accounts that are maintained in spreadsheets. That is something we want to correct, and we need to add all of those funds into the accounting system. When that happens, obviously the accounting will increase, the transactions will increase. So all we were hoping is that to have an additional person to help us with that work. I could completely understand if that's not a possibility this year, but we still, again, when we asked as part of the agency budget, the governor's budget, it was included in the governor's proposal. But that's the reason. It's just additional work that the business office will have. Again, we will manage if that's not something that can be done this year.
Okay.
Is that something
Go
a
ahead.
part-time person or a temp could help with, or not really?
Perhaps. I don't believe we have the ability to have part-time. We didn't budget
Oh,
for a part-time. But yes, I imagine that could be helpful.
to quote the chair, we can do all kinds of
You?
things.
Yeah. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we were to allow a third assistant treasurer and you appointed one, would they come over as a lateral in their job grade, or would they have to be promoted into a higher grade
No,
necessarily.
the way that salary is structured, that classified position essentially makes about the same amount that an assistant treasurer makes. So in terms of salary, there's really no change. It would be a lateral move. It's just a change in the reclassification would be a change of title. Essentially, the duties will be the same. It's just instead of being a classified person, this position will move into the unclassified system.
Thank you.
So they could work more than 37 and a half hours a week.
A little more. We try to manage that work too.
Without overtime. Yeah, okay. Other questions? Representative Leishman?
Again, just for the minutes, are you gonna act on this request today or sit on it for the 2 additional?
No, we'll roll them all together.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Sitting. Yeah. Anything else? No? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully, we won't have to see you again.
That's okay.
But, yeah, okay. Now, for the committee, so this spreadsheet I handed out, this is just, my own sort of notes and what I put on it was essentially all of our agencies as listed in the index of House Bill 1. The first and last pages, those are the House Bill 1 pages. The fiscal year 19 numbers, that's adjusted authorized in fiscal year 19. So one thing we're using is to compare that number with the 25 number, which is also an adjusted authorized number. Whereas the fiscal year, the fiscal year 24 number is an actual, right? So you understand the difference. And then the next 2 numbers are the governor's budget numbers. So just as now, all of these are general funds with the exception of 2 lines. So for DOIT and for OPLC, I put in their total, and liquor for 3 of these. So for DOIT, for OPLC, and for liquor, I put in the total funds number, not the general funds number, because they have essentially no general funds or very little. But for DOIT, a significant part of that is general funds, right? But it all flows via some other agency.
At least
right?
half.
Right, at least, yeah, maybe, probably about half, I guess, be my guess. But, they got highway funds, they got federal funds, all this sort of stuff. And then for OPLC, it's all total funds. Just by way of comparison, the money they spend comes out of everybody's professional licenses, right? So, and that's a hard one to compare because we've changed over the years. We've significantly changed which kinds of professions they handle, right? So it's hard to compare, apples and apples from year to year. And then liquor, while everything they spend is liquor funds, but whatever they don't spend becomes general funds, right? So, so it's very important not to spend in order to, yeah. So we can think of this as all general funds if you want to, perhaps. So, anyways, that's the story on this stuff. Okay, and then all the notes are just my own little thoughts, but obviously none of those things are official or whatever. Yes, go ahead.
Aside from the liquor commissioner, are there any other departments where their unspent revenue goes to the general fund, but their expenses don't?
Well, no, I mean, DES doesn't lapse to the general fund or something, right? I mean, it's.
DES collects a lot of fees.
Sure.
They spend them, and what they have in excess would go to the general fund, but we don't know what that figure is.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I realize we don't have HB2 here and we're waiting for it like, oh, wait, do you have an announcement?
Breaking news, yes.
Okay.
HB1, HB2, and HB25 are public and posted on the website.
All right.
Jack and I will get you copies of
25 is the
those.
capital budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jack and I will get you a copy of those and we'll
So you can
index
go home
them.
and read them tonight, right?
So,
Yes.
so
Go ahead.
for me to understand better what the situation is for our division, it would be really helpful to know what of HB2 is in HB1. So like the group 2 retirement, I'm not, maybe you probably know the answer. I know that the municipal revenue sharing is in HB1, right?
Yeah.
That
So I
is-
think,
It would be just better to
right, the whole,
understand.
I can ask Mike Payne tomorrow when I see him, does he have a surplus statement that includes all of HB2 in it, right? Which he may or may not have yet. So at some point, not too long, we'll have a surplus statement. Surplus statement is what changes HB1 via HB2 and other bills to get to the actual bottom line, right? So that's what you're asking for, basically.
Basically, yes. Well, because I just think we'd have a better idea of what we're working with
Absolutely.
if we knew that, because
Right.
those are both big ticket items.
Right, and the original surplus statement from the governor really had nothing on it, right? There were no, so like, for example, the group 2 stuff is in here, right?
I mean, do
Well,
you
the
guys
5
know?
million the first year and the 28 million the second year.
It is?
It is in there.
Oh, so,
that that's what is reflected in HB2.
Well-
Melissa's nodding at me.
Go ahead, Melissa.
So yes, it is in both places. I believe the governor was supposed to request it to be taken out of HB2 because it was in HB1, and I don't think that happened. So it'll probably need to be an amendment that we being Division 1, does to HB2. What we don't know, what the question is what the actual cost of the Group 2 calculation is, because as we heard from New Hampshire Retirement System, that figure did not come from them. So what is in HB1 is an estimate from the governor's office, but we need to verify that what the actual expense of this bill
Yeah,
is.
the retirement system does not like working on something that's not an official draft, right? So now that we have HB2, we can give them those pages, and then they can come up, ask their actuaries, and give us whatever the real number
And
is.
then sort of
So those two
replace-
numbers are just guesses,
Yeah,
right?
and
You
that
know,
would
but
replace the
educating
pages
us is
in
what
here.
it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably saw breaking news too, to add to Melissa, that Ways and Means came out with their numbers today.
Yeah, but I think I already had those, right? So,
Did they change?
Melissa, did they change?
There's a
No.
$256 million shortfall for 26.
The same, yeah. For 25, you mean? No?
26. Compared to 25, 26.
Yeah,
You know,
okay. In any case, yes, I think those are all the numbers that we had. What I didn't hand out yet, but we've talked about is, aside from YDC, the size that we're going to try to cut in this division is something like 65 million a year in order to get from the governor's revenue estimates to the House Ways and Means revenue estimates. Okay, so that's kind of, that's the ballpark of what I understand.
What's the figure?
About 65 million per year, 66 million, something like that. From the governor's budget, the difference between the governor's budget and what House Ways and Means says we have for revenue. Okay. Now, there's all kinds of ways to do stuff. And some of it is, laying off people. And some of it is reducing grants and other sort of outside spending. And some of it is not giving back to towns as much as we would have otherwise. But, you know, all the uses of money, some of it is raising fees and fines and that kind of stuff, right?
And back of the budget stuff.
Yeah, back of the budget cuts, you know, well, when we make a cut, we can make it specifically to an accounting unit, right? And there's also general sorts of things. So for example, one of the things I'm looking at is how many employees. So statewide, I now have a spreadsheet with something like 20,000 state employees on it, okay? Positions, not people, you know, I don't know names, but position. And so I know who supervises who, okay? And so it turns out there's a significant number of people on that list that supervise one person, okay? And there's a large number that supervise two people, and there's a large number that supervise three people. And the number of people who supervise like 5 or more is small. So, you know, the general structure, management structure of state government is you know, fairly steep, I guess, if you want to think of it that way, as opposed to what a standard organization might have of, you know, if you're a manager, you manage 10 people or something like that. Now, anyways, so that's something we can think about as kind of a general thing is, do we want to get, you know, fewer supervisors and make them more workers and less supervisors? Because it's, to some extent, it's a little bit of a trick to get somebody paid more is to change their title from you're a whatever to you're a whatever supervisor, right? That gets you into a higher pay grade. So, you know, that's more of a general kind of thing we can do to save money. Yes, go ahead.
Actually, delayering an organization, as what you suggested, is actually a very good management practice, not just financial, because it drives decision making to a lower level where those people are probably more able to come to a solution. I mean, if a machine is broken, the person that operates the machine is probably going to know what needs to be done to fix it than somebody 2 grade levels above them. So I think it would be a good exercise.
Yeah. But it's hard to do. Those would end up being sort of back of the budget type things, right? That says reduce your number of supervisors by, you know, X, right? You know, this kind of thing. So, but anyways, so there's all kinds of ways to save money, and we will be looking at them all.
So you said it's 65 million per year, so 130 for the biennium?
Something like that, yeah. From Division 1, and we are like 19% of the general funds total. Okay. Now, the biggest number we have, I think, besides corrections. So, and some of these are going to be very hard to cut, right? Because, like corrections, for example, they seem to come in with a very tight budget, right? I mean, it's flat from what they're actually spent last year. And I'm concerned that it's, as I told them, that it's unrealistic because they essentially took away all the overtime that they were actually using, right? They have like 40% of their budget is overtime or something like that. And so
Yeah, but she was going to offset that with the
the vacant positions, right?
And that's a good strategy.
Yeah, it's reasonable, right? And we've been talking about, for example, getting rid of liquor enforcement, right? So there's group 2 employees there that could become corrections employees, right? And so, you know, that's another thing is I think we should take a hard look at group 2 employees who are scattered around, right? And do they really need to be, does every little department, well, I don't know how many do, but what departments need a police force and what don't, right? So I think maybe there's some in agriculture, for example, right, that don't have to be there. So
Send them all to corrections.
corrections is hiring.
They have openings.
They have openings, yeah. Yeah, there's no question about it. So, I mean, those are all kinds of things we have to think about. All these new initiatives, things we get in bills, those are going to be hard to fund, I mean, for every one of those things you fund, you have to cut yet more, right, in other places. Yes, Representative Yu.
So on the bail reform, I remember in the judicial branch, I think it was 1.8 million
Yes.
per year. Is somebody calculating the difference in that cost based, if the provision that they are voting out of committee passes? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I really haven't looked at that bill, so I don't know.
But
Yeah.
that might,
But yeah, assume we get that bill, it'll have a fiscal note, and then we'll talk about it. It appears to me from what the judiciary was saying was that what we did last time didn't work very well. Money wise, the money paid to the bail commissioners, right? Remember, they used to go and collect them from the accused directly, right, or via their judge, right? But now the judiciary is paying the bail commissioners, and then the judiciary is running after the defendants to grab the money, right? And they're not doing a great job of it, right? So they were saying they're getting, they're getting a sixth or something of what they're being paid. So that whole thing doesn't seem to be working very well. Now, maybe because it's new, I don't know, but that would be a significant chunk of this 1.8 million that we might want to think about.
because it's 3.6 over the.
Exactly, because it's 3.6 of the biennial. So, and I don't think that's all bail commissioner. I mean, some of that is the magistrate's
Yeah, I
salaries.
mean, that was the
right?
other thing I was curious about, because I don't know if Melissa or Jack knew how that broke down, those numbers between the cost of the magistrates versus the bail commissioners. It's just like
I don't know off the top of my head, but
blob
I
of,
can.
yeah, I'd be curious to know.
I mean, the whole concept there was that we weren't getting as many bail commissioners as we wanted, right? So therefore, we hire a magistrate. So, I don't know.
It wasn't well received by the existing bail commissioners.
Yes.
And
Turn on your microphone.
And we had a case recently where I believe it was one of the new magistrates. There was some controversies about his performance.
Yeah, I'd be right. There was some, big incident, but as I understand it, later the judge backed up that magistrate's decision,
Yes.
right? So therefore, you can't just run around making law based on one specific incident, right? So.
And I thought the judicial branch actually liked the magistrates because it relieved the burden on a lot of the judges.
Yes, and they
They're
thought,
much
right.
less expensive than judges.
That's right. So the key is how much staff do they have, and do they have to have quite so much, right? So that's what I've been talking to people about, because and you remember you asked, was it you that asked the question of the governor?
Yes.
And she said they've got two parallel scheduling sets of staff, right? That could be merged, and they could find some savings. So, there's that question as well.
Well, and so the other thing though is, as we're looking at all these individual boards that provide alternatives to going to court, that if you didn't have those opportunities, there would be quite an additional burden on the court. So
Yeah.
the whole, my whole sweater analogy, when you start, I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm just saying we've got to look at the whole ball of wax.
Sure.
And I also, Mr. Chair, I also think that when we look at the investment in diversion programs, that's a wise decision because there is a great expense when someone's incarcerated. So when we do have opportunities for to fund programs that will lessen the amount people that need bail or people that need to be incarcerated, I think that's spending that's smart.
Right, and I would certainly consider a high, Representative Smith. Do you come to berate me or? No. Oh, okay. Because I think I did something you may not have liked today, but anyway.
Already confessing?
Yeah. Well, I knew it at the time. But anyways, but I might be willing, we talked about, for example, the $1,000 that separates a misdemeanor from a felony, right? And that's probably been there for who knows how many years. But that's not something I feel comfortable changing in the budget, right? You know, it could save us money, right? But that's a big deal, I think, right? So that, you know, maybe Representative Ebel and I could sponsor a bill next year or something like that.
We could look at it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll send you the article. He made it was the head of the Office of the Public Defender. And it just shows you, again, using the sweater theory, if you change a little something here, it can ripple all through the system. Because you didn't need as many defenders, you know, less burden on the judicial branch, maybe less people incarcerated. It was, I don't know, it just really struck me.
But it wouldn't be, I mean, we do have precedent, especially in the last couple terms, of putting in those kind of policy things in the budget. So it's something I don't think we should discount if we know that it's going to have savings. There, you know, another thing that came up, I think, in the judicial branch, it came up when we were discussing Representative Wallner's bill regarding Waypoint, is maybe running a pilot, excuse me, or investing in a pilot for the young adult court, because that's been shown to be a good diversion. You know, and I think it might be, you know, it may cost a probationary officer, but other than that, I think that's something we should look at. Even though it's an add to the budget, it would actually decrease the number of people who would be incarcerated, and not just on the short term, but the long term too. So it's just things like that.
Okay.
It'll be
All
an
right.
adjunct of the Judiciary Committee.
All right.
Could I just suggest, Mr. Chair, for HB2 on Friday? It would, I don't.
Well, also, it'll be Wednesday morning, right? We're doing HB2.
Well, I was thinking.
So we should
for-
have them, I
I
assume.
was thinking about the DES part on the SEC, the Site Evaluation Committee, and the permitting. It would be good to hear from them some sort of concept of the related costs, because that's not really, I mean, I saw fee increases, right? And then we saw, I think the governor added $275,000 for the permitting. I think that was it. So I think, I don't know, I'm just trying to get a better understanding.
Yeah.
And then on that permitting thing, as I mentioned to you, it does involve DNCR and Fish and Game. So somebody from those agencies, I think, should be here for the discussion.
Yeah.
Because it's their employees that are getting pulled.
So Melissa, are you, should we try to kind of group things in the House Bill 2 and get appropriate agency here when it's a significant item? I mean, some of these things are little tiny things like the treasurer mentioned, right? We don't really need anybody back, but other things are
big.
pages and pages
And
worth of
pages
stuff.
and pages.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Jack and I have tried to coordinate that. For instance, on Friday, we have DES coming in. We
Okay.
do know Division 2 will talk with Fish and Game on their portion of it. If you want to invite them in, I would just say the chair probably should correspond with Representative Erf
Yeah, I'll do that.
to discuss
I'll
that.
see him tomorrow.
Wednesday, you talked about retirement, talking about retirement, so we're inviting retirement in because it's important for them to discuss that piece. Even though they won't have a cost yet, they will be able to talk about some of the comparisons and differences. So typically, if we think we're going to tackle a subject and it's outside the expertise that Jack and I can provide, then we would invite an agency in. If it's something that we can gather the information or we know what it does, then we don't invite the agency in and we just vote on it as is.
Sure.
So do you think we have the capacity as far as the permitting issues to think about DNCR without DNCR, a staff person being here? I mean, because it's their employees that are all I was thinking is if we do HB2 with DES on Friday afternoon, if we start with the permitting thing, maybe somebody, we could ask them if they want to be here. Maybe somebody from DNCR and Fish and Game would just like to be here for the discussion. I'm really struggling to understand how we understand the whole picture here if we don't have the input of the other agencies.
Sure. I mean, we always can invite anybody in that you guys feel is
I don't
necessary
know.
to come
How do we
in.
even, I mean, DES
So-
is the recipient of all these things. I don't know how the others feel about it.
Yeah, so we can invite DNCR and like I said, Fish and Game, I would probably just request the chair to speak to Representative Earp to make sure we're sort of not stepping on anybody's toes or any division's toes if we want to invite their agencies in to speak with us. And we do not have to complete it all on Friday. So if we have DES in and then we need another day, we always can schedule another day or another time slot for
Yeah.
additional questions.
I don't know how much I mean, I know Fish and Game is over there today, so I don't know how much they would have talked about this, but.
They're not digging into HB2 yet. They're doing budget work right
Which
now.
makes sense. Okay, I don't want to make a big deal. It's a multiple pages of this document.
Yep. Representative Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we know what the schedule's going to be like next week?
Just plan on essentially Monday, Wednesday, Friday for every day for the in March, okay? And there probably will be when we get to the end and have to vote in the main committee, that could easily be Tuesday too. Yeah.
Do we know anything about the public hearing for HB 1 and 2?
So I think we made the assumption that it may be on the 12th. We don't have full confirmation of that. Janet just got notification of the HB2, so she works on scheduling that with Representative Weiler.
Yeah. I haven't heard. So.
Will you be making?
I'm sure we'll talk about it. So I have a regular meeting with the other chairs and Mike Kane on Tuesday mornings. So I'm sure that'll be tomorrow morning. Exactly.
So should we request HB 2 copies, or are you guys gonna have them made?
We will get copies for you, and as well, for those who have been on the committee in the past, Jack and I will go through and index it for Division 1 items only. So we don't cover other divisions, but we do make an index of the sections we need to cover because we need to make sure we vote on those in the end of what we're doing with them, and we'll keep track of that.
So we'll look online tonight, and then we'll have one in the morning, you think, if it's available.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Sometime tomorrow.
Sometime tomorrow.
The issue I'll just mention with Representative Smith, there's a bill in Judiciary to get rid of the Office of Cost Containment. So this is related to the Judicial Council because when people get when they're indigent and they get an attorney, the money, they actually are sort of borrowing the money. They're not necessarily given it. And so there's an office called the Office of Cost Containment, which tries to recover some of these costs. And what happened was, over the years, and they used to be profitable in the sense that the cost of the agency was much less than the amount they were bringing in. You know, they were bringing in a couple of $1 million a year or something. But a few years ago, like 2020, we changed the law such that people who were innocent didn't have to pay back. Okay? And so the whole thing, not that many people are found innocent, right? Very few are. But what the result was that and they don't check very much exactly how indigent people are, right? And so the result was that their revenue dropped off considerably based on that change to the law. And so it has dropped to the point where the cost of the office is slightly greater than the cost what they're bringing in. So Representative Smith and others put in a bill why don't we just get rid of this office? And in fact, the governor did in the budget, if you look at the budget. But Representative Lynn complained to me that he doesn't think it's right for people who are people do owe the cost of their attorneys, right? I mean, if a well-to-do person is accused of something, goes to court, hires an attorney, goes to court, is found innocent, and so on, they still owe their attorney. I mean, that's one of the costs of life. And so he thinks that's one of the costs of life, and so this bill that Representative Smith had.
I just heard all of that.
Yes. So Representative Lynn and myself made an amendment to simply undo the thing that was done in 2020 so that this Office of Cost Containment could now be profitable back again, right? Could be put. Well, it was at some point. It won't be now.
If people can't pay, they can't pay. So they don't pay. I don't care how much you harass them, they can't collect the money.
Well,
Yeah, and the-
somehow they used to pay, right?
Well, they used to, but it hasn't for years, and we're spending a lot of money trying to get money and Charlie Arlinghouse is completely in favor of getting rid of this cost containment, and it's gonna cost us money, Dan. It has, and it's something I think we can do without, because if somebody doesn't have the money, they don't have the money, you can keep chasing them and spend a ton of money on lawyers for the state.
Well,
Eventually they turn it
all
over.
I have on my side is history.
I mean,
Old history.
what do they do after a year or two?
Not that old.
Do
I
they
mean.
turn it over to a collections agency?
Yeah,
What do they do?
yeah.
Well, they are the collection agency.
I know.
That's what they do.
But they've been losing money for over a
Can they put the
decade.
person in jail for not paying?
Right.
No.
Right.
they
But,
won't.
but the point is, if you read the fiscal note on this bill, it says, due to previous legislative changes, the amount collected by this has declined over the years. Well, so this bill can undo those previous legislative changes. Anyway, so that's what this whole thing was about.
That's why you got the look, Mr.
That's why I
Chairman.
got the look.
It sounds like a part-time job that could be done by an existing employee in
Well,
the Justice Department.
Not
They
a
don't-
number of lawyers, which are
There's-
on the payroll now.
There's I think 3 or 4 people, and but they used to collect a couple $1 million. So anyway, that's the whole question. So that bill, if it passes, will come to us, I guess. We will see. But I think if nothing is done, right, if the bill fails, then it's out of the budget. It's not in the budget right now, right? So. No, but if you look at 26, 27, all has zeros. So the governor took it out. So it must be in House Bill too. This bill, the effect of this bill must be in House Bill too. Yeah.
I just know.
It's not?
Representative Smith.
Oh, it's not?
So the budget just assumed that this bill was going to pass? I mean, that's kind of weird.
I think when Commissioner Arlinghouse came in, that is what he said, that they assumed. And if something different were to come of it, then we'd need to add money back in.
Interesting. But I'm going to assume revenue then.
I appreciate your optimism.
You can't get blood out of a stone.
Or a turn.
That's
Look-
the problem.
All right, we'll give Melissa a project of what was the revenue that the Office of Cost Containment made in 2019 or prior to whenever this was done.
So we have a slug of bills on Wednesday, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, if a sponsor comes in here, and even though we're here, it's coming here, some of these bills come and there's no fiscal effect at all. If we like them, can we just send them on their merry way without retraining them?
Yeah, so the whole strategy with bills is a question, right? So,
We'll have to see what they are.
We'll have to see what they are, yeah.
We have to read them before we vote on them.
Yeah. Oh, because there's quite a few of them.
Yes,
all bills that have passed the House.
Yes, and we're gonna get more.
and we're gonna get lots
We're
more,
gonna get a
yeah,
ton.
yeah, yeah.
It's just, I was just thinking if
I think
there's-
we're up to about 9 or 10 now.
Yeah.
I like some of your suggestions on here, but, which leads me to a question, Mr. Chairman.
ahead.
Now, we've retained, 4 or 5 bills? Some of them have significant ask, and are you going to assume that we're just going to dispense with those since we already know we're $65 million shy? Is that your
Yes.
plan, or?
Yes, I mean, you know, there's the $100,000 for the agriculture thing. I mean, I don't know,
We're going to do that. 50,000.
50,000. I was only
If we can offset it, we can do it.
Yeah.
But let's work on getting the 65 down first.
Yeah.
And then see where we're at.
But I don't think we can afford any of the retirement bills that we retained, or.
No. But what I'm concerned about there is what we did 2 years ago kind of assumed we would keep paying for 10 years. Are we all of a sudden going to say, let's just put it on the towns? You
You
know?
can assume whatever you want,
Yeah,
but
it's 2-year.
each legislature has to vote
Yeah,
on everything
that's right.
separately.
That's
You
right.
can't vote for future legislature.
That's right, yeah. Well,
Representative
and-
Cambrels is absolutely correct. You can't,
And then there's the YDC thing, right? I
well,
mean,
we know that's gonna be a $75 million hit no matter what.
but it's not here.
I know it's not there, but
They're gonna have to stretch what they got for this year.
So we have a guess what HB 2 is gonna come out.
Oh, yeah,
do it.
you have a draft.
Yeah,
You can read it
so
tonight.
what is what's the total money?
Oh, money-wise, no, we don't think there's much there at all.
Right, they're gonna figure it out.
They'll figure it out, and I may get the number tomorrow morning, but we don't think there's much of a number there. Now, one big thing in HB2 is the video lottery terminals, right? And so that's a big question mark because we haven't heard from Ways and Means about that revenue, right?
They included it, didn't they? In their,
They have their own bill. They haven't yet exected, as far as I know. And from their point of view, it's not an early bill. So,
Oh, come on, guys.
it has to
So-
be if they're gonna.
yeah, so I've asked them to treat it like an early bill, but we'll see, so. Huh? That would go to lottery, so that would be Division
Oh,
Two.
thank God.
At this point, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because the governor's already said, not that they're gonna get the money. I don't think, I see any way they're gonna get they're not gonna get 127 million the first year. There's no way. Not with everybody going
Well-
to Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun.
But that's not what the budget says. The budget says 10 million the first year, 117 the second year.
Yeah, but
Something.
I still don't think they're gonna get 117 the second year. But at this point, they've committed to it, so the bill's gonna get passed by the House and the Senate, and the governor's gonna sign it. No, they may not have my vote, but they're gonna pass it. I know that.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. They have to. It's like, at this point, he's committed. It's like, there's 117 million in the second year that
But
they have to have.
there's an awful lot of details there that different members of the House are concerned about.
Right.
And
Like, I'm concerned about it. I might not vote for it necessarily, but a lot of the pressure is gonna be, we need this revenue. The pressure is gonna be there, so.
right, but some people think that the revenue she put in is unrealistic. In particular, the split between the operator and the state and the charities
Yeah.
is all quite different than current practice.
The mafia usually wants a bigger cut.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're gonna get 45% or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Well, who's the mafia in this situation, right?
Somebody-
Is it the state?
somebody
or-
whose last name ends in I.
And there's likely to be a floor amendment or two, making it a dedicated fund for some special purpose.
Well, yeah. I mean, I personally think it should simply go to the Education Trust Fund, consider it like all gambling, right? And then we can adjust the other splits that go to the education trust fund.
No, don't you mean general
Appropriate.
fund? It should go to general fund, and then we can,
No, I think if you want to be clean with the Constitution, just put all gambling money in the education trust fund and be done with it. But there's all kinds of other money that goes to the education trust fund that doesn't have to, right? So
does the Constitution say all gambling money must go to
it's,
general?
no, it
Or
says,
it's a kind
it
of
says lottery, I believe,
lottery, yeah,
right?
'cause the
And
word-
so, so,
Yeah,
but just to make it clean, you know what I mean? I would, you know, I mean,
it's a new concept.
it's quite, this stuff is silly. I mean, this part of the Constitution is a little bit silly, right? Because a dollar here, every dollar is the same as another dollar, right? And so the fact that this dollar went for that purpose, well, what about that dollar can go to this purpose? You know what I mean? It's not a trust fund. It sounds good, but in reality, that's why we always talk about general and education funds in one phrase, right? Because they really are the same. Okay. All right. But they're non-lapsing, so that's another thing. Okay. Any other things we want to talk about in general before we go caucus?
I mean, I just think we're gonna be watching bills to see what effect they may make changes that might pass through the budget, right? So remember when we were talking about the paid family leave? They were talking about a bill that was gonna remove the marketing from their responsibilities, which was about $500,000. So we'll see if that comes through Commerce. Do you remember that?
Say that again?
So on the New Hampshire paid family leave,
You wanna be on?
when we were talking about the New Hampshire paid family leave with DAS, we were
Yes.
looking at their budget, and part of their responsibility is marketing the program. Remember? And there
Yes,
was,
and-
I
and-
thought there was something like $500,000 in there for marketing.
Yes.
And we were asking about that, but then she said there was a bill in Commerce that I don't remember, that they may remove the promotion responsibilities of DAS for that as part of a bill, and then we may get that.
Yes.
And that would be quite a bit of money right there.
Yes.
So there may be other bills like that. We'll see.
Sure. Yeah, there may be some bills. Well, for example, there's a bill to get rid of the consumer advocate,
Right.
right? So if that bill passes,
That's all federal funds.
no, it's other funds that go to ratepayers.
Yeah, the ratepayers would benefit.
The ratepayers would benefit, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, the ratepayers benefit by his advocating on their behalf as well.
Yeah, so that's the theory anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other issues anybody wants to bring up? All right, we'll see you Wednesday morning at 10, if not sooner.
We're gonna make a little money.
So
Okay.
you all stand when you get up? Or?
Not yet.
What?